Top of the eighth inning here in Columbia as Jan Maldonado, now on the mound for Columbia International. Kevin Jimenez, the second baseman, steps on the left side. We'll watch strike one come across the plate. Maldonado making just his third appearance this season across 2 1/3 innings pitched with an ERA just over 11. Profit now delivering the 0-1. Make it strike two. 7-4 is our score here as we get going on this early Saturday morning, just past 10 a.m. Eastern. Delivery on the 0-2 just misses the outside edge for ball one. 1-2 is our count. Jimenez at the plate. Maldonado winds and fires. In the dirt. The breaking ball fell outside. Hernandez there to keep it in front of him. Bases are empty here with no outs in the top of the eighth inning. Count evened up at 2. The 2-2 count to Jimenez. Maldonado comes home. Breaking ball low. And what was a 0-2 count now up to 3 balls, 2 strikes. Jimenez, a .302 hitter on the season, the leadoff hole for Reinhardt. 1 for 3 here today. The payoff pitch on the full count. Misses outside and high. And a leadoff walk to Jimenez puts one on here in the top of the eighth inning with no outs as Jarrett Burney, the third baseman, now will step into the 2-hole on the left side. 7-4 is our score here in Columbia. Burney 0 for 2 in this game with an RBI back in the third inning on a sacrifice fly. Reinhardt leads by 3. He's got one man on over at first. That's Jimenez after the leadoff walk. No outs in the top of the eighth inning. First pitch he sees. Fastball at the letters for ball one. Maldonado on the mound for Columbia International, the native of Vega Baja, Puerto Rico. Just a freshman making his third appearance this season. Two-seamer spins into the zone for strike one. A gloomy and foggy early Saturday morning here in the Midlands. Rain fell last night through the 7th inning. Paul's play. Resume here, and we'll obviously play 2 more following this one to complete the 3-game series. Swing and a miss there from Burney. The throw over to Jimenez. As he stole second, he'll get there safely as Hernandez's throw was just to the right of the bag and not there in time. Not a common sight there. You see Hernandez not get the batter. One thing Coach Jonathan Johnson of Columbia International told us that his fielders and especially his pitchers are very comfortable with Hernandez behind the plate just because he is so good about keeping runners at bay. When they do decide to try to run on him, most of the time he sends them to the bench. The 1-1, you can make it 2 strikes now as Burney, 2 swings, 2 misses in this at-bat for the third baseman. And one correction there, that will be strike 3. Umpire a little confused there. Early start, nonetheless. So Burney goes down on strikes here in the top of the 8th inning. And now as Andreas Ugarte will step out of the lineup, we see Michael Convery, a freshman, making his 8th at bat of the 2021 season. He's got one man in scoring position with Reinhardt leading by 3 runs here in the top of the 8th inning. Righty on lefty matchup here as Convery steps in on the right side. First pitch misses outside on the left-hand batter's box for ball 1. With the man on second and a 1-0 count, Maldonado deals. Bottom half of the zone, Reinhardt bench. Not too happy about that one to start this Saturday morning. Nonetheless, count evened up to 1. Small crowd gathered here this early Saturday. Runner standing at second, Maldonado delivers. Sinker dropped and missed inside. Two balls, one strike now to Convery. One runner on, one down here in the top of the 8th. Maldonado, the 2-1. Popped up foul behind us over the third baseline. For strike 2. Count even up at 2 here to Convery. Hitting 143 on the season through 7 at-bats. He's got 1 hit, scoring 3 runs, though. Maldonado peering towards home, finally gets the signal pitch he likes. Looks back to second. Now delivers to home. Fastball misses outside. Full count now to Convery. Jimenez is on second base after a full count leadoff walk and also a stolen base. The payoff pitch misses outside from Maldonado, and that'll put 2 men on here with just 1 out in the top of the 8th inning and bring the cleanup batter Gianmarco Marcelletti, who is not the guy you want to bring up here with 2 men on. A 2-run homer back in the 3rd inning, not to mention a single in the 2nd as well. He's 2 for 2 here today. Power hitter, 259 on the season. Counting today, 4 long balls on the season for Marcelletti. He's got 2 men on. Jimenez is going to third. The big benefit of Marcelletti with a huge frame standing in the left-hand batter's box. Hernandez wasn't able to make the throw over to third, but the batter standing there. And now with 1 out here in the top of the 8th inning, Reinhardt has runners on the corners with just 1 out. And Gianmarco Marcelletti at the plate. Jimenez, the lead runner at third. The 1-0 count. Pop back foul for strike 1. One count to Marcelletti. Maldonado winds and fires. Chop back foul for strike 2. Marcelletti now behind in the count. A junior from San Cristobal, Venezuela. Runners on the corners in a 1-2 count. 1 down, top of the 8th. Hernandez caught the pitch outside to keep the runner at third. A little wild throw there from Maldonado. Convery, who was over at first, will advance to second. And now Reinhardt has 2 runners in scoring position, leading by 3 runs here in the top of the 8th inning with just 1 out. Marcelletti, the 1-2 count with 2 runners in scoring position at second and third. Jimenez, the lead runner. Maldonado, the righty, winds and fires. Blooper to Trujillo at second, flips to home to Hernandez. And he will tag out Jimenez for out number 2. Heads up play there from Cody Trujillo at the second base to get the throw to home and keep this Reinhardt lead at 3. But just as they add another out on the board, the Rams in a very similar position to what they just were with 2 runners on, runners both on the corners. Convery standing at third. Marcelletti, who reached on the fielder's choice over at first base, as Xavier Arnett will check in on the right side. Pitch misses low and away for ball 1. 7-4 is our score here in the top of the 8th inning. Maldonado now, the ball in his left-hand glove. Wines delivers to home. Pitch was low in the dirt. Hernandez was able to block it, but wasn't quite able to get a handle on it, as Marcelletti will take a stolen base over to second. 3rd stolen base of this inning for Reinhardt. Very aggressive on the base pass here to start this Saturday morning. 2 runners in scoring position now, as Maldonado delivers in the dirt. 2 balls, no strikes here to Xavier Arnett, a .296 hitter on the season. He's 1 for 3 here today with a single back in the 7th inning. 2 runners in scoring position at second and third. Arnett at the plate. The 2-0. Straight down Broadway for strike 1. Maldonado trying to get out of this inning and keep that Reinhardt lead at 3. Give Columbia International's offense a chance in the bottom frame. 2 innings left here in game 1 of this 3-game AAC Conference Series. The 2-1. Dribbler to Gonzalez at short as he charges his way over to second base. Flips to first in time for out number 3. No hits, no runs, and no errors as we head to the bottom of the 8th inning. 7-4 is our score. Reinhardt leading Columbia International on the CIU Sports Network. Bottom of the 8th inning here in Columbia. 7-4 is our score in this AAC matchup of NAIA baseball. Reinhardt leading Columbia International by 3 runs on this Saturday morning. Shane Hammonds checks in on the right side of the batter's box for Columbia International as they try to battle their way back into this one. Chandler Gant remains on the mound for Reinhardt. His first pitch misses high for ball 1. Hammond's a 109 hitter on the season. Swing and a miss there from McDuffie for strike 1. His third at bat of the season, facing a 1-1. You can make it 2 balls, 1 strike now. That one was chin high. Base is empty here to start the bottom of the 8th inning. The sun finally reaching out of the fog as that curveball misses on the inside of the zone. Now McDuffie ahead in the count, 3-1. Just past 10:15 in the morning, the sun finally starting to take its spot up high in the sky as McDuffie will take a 5-pitch free 90 and put 1 man on for Sky Foster, batting in the 8 hole with no outs in the bottom of the 8th inning. Foster, a .389 hitter on the season. He's 0 for 2 here today as he checks in on the left side with 1 man on over at first. That'll be McDuffie after the leadoff walk. Carter Willis stands on deck. Righty-on-righty matchup here. Scant's first 2-seamer falls outside, and we're going to see a mound visit here from Reinhardt head coach Jonathan Burton in his 3rd season. We'll go out and take a visit with Chandler Gant as we stand here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Some early activity over in the Reinhardt bullpen. We'll see if we can get you a number here eventually. And will be Blake Rogers, a freshman pitcher, over in the bullpen for Reinhardt here. Throwing in 32 2/3 innings this season. Nonetheless, Gant remains on the mound as Burton makes his way back over to the visitors' dugout. Foster facing a 1-0 count here in the bottom of the 8th inning. 7-4 is our score. 1 man on, no outs. The bottom of the 8th. The delivery from Gant straight down Broadway for strike 1. One ball, 1 strike. A downhill throw from Chandler Gant. Paints the outside edge, now strike 2. One ball, 2 strikes here to Sky Foster. And as Gant brings home the 1-2, Foster can't make contact. He'll be retired on strikes. The 5th strikeout of this ball game for Chandler Gant. And now Carter Willis will step in on the right-hand batter's box. Shows bunt, pops it foul, though. Back over to the visitors' dugout for strike 1. Tried sending that down the 3rd baseline to the direction of Bernie. Probably would have advanced McDuffie, and Willis, with his speed, would have had a good chance at first. The 0-1 nonetheless. Curveball in the bottom corner on the outside frame for strike 2. 7-4 is our score here in the bottom of the 8th inning. 1 man on, that's McDuffie after the leadoff walk with 1 down. And with 2 strikes, Carter Willis sends that one hard down the 3rd baseline into foul territory. to stay alive with 2 strikes. Willis, a .232 hitter on the season. He's 1 for 2 in this game with a single back in the 3rd. He has to turn away from that one as the two-seamer sailed high and inside, right at chin level. And as Willis spins out of the box, he steps back in, taps his bat across the plate. Facing the 1-2. Make it 2-2 now. Pitch bounces up in the dirt, bounces off the catcher's chest, though. That'll keep McDuffie over at first. And what was an 0-2 count, Willis has battled back now to a 2-2. Bells that one past the third baseman into left field. McDuffie will move over to second base. Arnett comes up with it on the grounder into shallow left. And Carter Willis with a 1-out single here in the bottom of the 8th inning puts 2 men on. And we're back around to the top half of the lineup and Rafi Gonzalez. And the odds are in favor of Columbia International here, at least in the eyes of Coach Jonathan Johnson. He told us when you get to this part in the lineup, whether it be Willis, Gonzalez, Hernandez, Austin, Bell, that 9 through 4 hole, if they have runners on, there's about a 90% chance they're going to score here. And they have 1 man in scoring position. That's actually going to be Jalen McDuffie, who batted out this inning to start in the 7 hole after the leadoff walk. Willis stands over at first, McDuffie at second. Bottom of the 8th inning, 7-4 is our score. Reinhardt leading by 3. As Rafi Gonzalez will step on here with 2 for 4 here today with a single and a double. 2 straight innings, 2 straight hits for the freshman. He'll watch strike 1 come across the plate. Two men on, 0-1. Gonzalez swung through that. Wishes he would have it back, though. Tried checking a swing about midway through, but the momentum just carried the bat around. McDuffie inches off second, as does Willis over at first. Gonzalez at the plate in the right-handed batter's box, facing the 0-2. Gant winds and delivers, fouls that one back. And Gonzalez battles alive here with an 0-2. And Gonzalez, as he swings through that one, we sat down on strikes, the 2nd strikeout of the inning and 6th of the day for Chandler Gant. And now Josh Hernandez, the talented catcher, will step in on the left side with 2 men down here in the bottom of the 8th inning. 7-4 is our score. And Hernandez is the guy you want at the plate if you're trying to bring runs home. Had a 2-run homer back in the 3rd inning, his 10th of the season. Also a single in the 5th to go 2 for 3 here today. Also had a walk in the 6th. Gant's first pitch falls in the dirt for ball 1. Two men on, 2 down here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Hernandez at the plate facing the 1-0. That pitch sailed high, chin level for ball 2. Hernandez, 381 hitter on the season. That's good for a team high and one of the best averages in the AAC. Gant sends home the 2-0. You can now make it 3 balls, no strikes, as Gant struggling to find the strike zone in this at bat to Hernandez. Gabe Austin, the designated hitter, batting in the 3-hole, stands on deck. And Justice Hernandez thought he had a free 90 on 4 pitches. Gant catches the outside edge for strike 1. Three balls, 1 strike to Hernandez. 2 runners on. Willis over at first. McDuffie, the lead man, at second. Gant sends home the 3-1, and Josh Hernandez takes a free 90 on a 5-pitch walk to load the bases for the designated hitter, Gabe Austin. 0 for 3 here today with a walk. But a 309 hitter on the season, a guy who can really add some power into this lineup. Just starting to find his groove this year. Actually had a homer back on Monday against Morris College. And he has the bases loaded here with an opportunity to open this one up and to cut into Reinhardt's lead as Columbia International trails 7-4 in the bottom of the 8th inning. We will have a new face on the mound for Reinhardt when we come back. They'll make a pitching change with the bases loaded and 2 outs in the bottom of the 8th inning, leading 7-4 over Columbia International. We'll be back for more on the CIU Sports Network. Bottom of the 8th inning here in Columbia. Reinhardt leading CIU 7-4 on the CIU Sports Network. Kate Crenshaw here with you on this Saturday morning. Bases loaded for Gabe Austin, the designated hitter for the Rams, as he'll check in here and face a new pitcher for Reinhardt. Blake Rogers, a freshman with an ERA of 10.47 on the season across 32 2/3 innings pitched. He delivers home for the first time today, and he'll be in the zone for strike 1. Rogers, 32 hits on the season allowed, 13 earned runs to go along with 13 walks and 38 strikeouts. He comes in with the bases loaded. And Reinhardt leading by 3 runs. Delivers to home here on the 0-1, and you can make it 2 strikes now. As Austin swung through that one. McDuffie stands at third after the leadoff walk to this inning. Carter Willis as well after the walk stands at second. And a pinch runner over at first, courtesy runner I should say, for Josh Hernandez after he was walked, stands over at first base. Bases loaded with free 90s here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Austin at the plate facing the 0-2, pops that one up foul over the first base dugout. As he stays alive here, down in the count. No balls, 2 strikes. Austin, a 309 hitter on the season with 6 RBI. But I think the 3 runners on right here are some of the biggest RBIs he could get of the season. Reinhardt, the 23rd ranked team in the country. Columbia International trying to pull off the upset here in game one. Curveball, pop that one up down the first baseline. The first baseman, Mariletti, backs his way up into foul territory to bring it in for out number 3. Well, the Rams strand 3 runners here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Can't come away with a run after loading the bases with 2 outs. And we head to the top of the 9th inning. Reinhardt leading Columbia International 7-4 when we come back on the CIU Sports Network. Top of the 9th inning, the last chance for Reinhardt to preserve and extend their lead over Columbia International here in this game 1 of a 3-game AAC series in NAIA baseball. They lead 7-4 over CIU. As Albert Moore, the center fielder, steps on the left side, will take strike 1 from Jan Maldonado, who returns to the mound for Columbia International, the freshman from Puerto Rico. Got out of an 8th inning jam where he stranded 2 runners in scoring position. Curveball, two throws, 2 strikes from Maldonado to start the 9th inning here in Columbia. Mora, NAIA preseason All-American. No balls, 2 strikes. Maldonado trying to get a 3-pitch out. Instead, it'll miss low and away. And Mora swings on an inside pitch as he's retired on strikes. His second strikeout of the day, Maldonado's first from the mound. And now Nick Sanders, the shortstop, looking to find his first hit of the day. Will check in from the right side of the batter's box. Righty on lefty matchup here. Maldonado will peer home. Now delivers the first pitch to Sanders. Beautiful fastball over the middle for strike 1. Wind blowing in from the outfield just slightly here on this Saturday morning as Sanders pops that one back foul for strike 2. Sanders facing the 0-2. Maldonado tried getting him to chase it on the outside edge. Now 1 ball, 2 strikes. 1-2 is the count. Base is empty. Maldonado winds and deals. Falls in the dirt, though. Now 2 balls, 2 strikes. Sanders belts that one out into right field. Bell will come up with it on the short grounder. And to start off the top of the 9th inning, Nick Sanders, a one-out single, puts one man on for Reinhardt here as they lead by 3. 7-4 is our score. Evan Seimler now, a center fielder, 2 for 3 here today with a single and a double. He's got one man on with one out, and that's going to hit him in the rib cage. He'll get the free 90, but it's not going to come too free. He'll come away with a bruise right there on the torso. Makes his way over to first, though. Appears to be okay, but that one's going to leave a mark. And now with Maldonado, he's got two men on here to start off the top of the 9th inning with just one out. Jacob Profit now, the designated hitter, hitting out of the 9 hole, and 205 on the season. 1 for 2 here today with a single and a walk. Reinhardt leading 7-4 in the top of the 9th. Runners stand at first and second after a single and a hit batter. One down. Maldonado checks back over at second, now delivers home. Pitch misses low. Ball 1. Maldonado looks at the batter at second, and as he's creeping off the plate, and Profit fouls that one back off the stem of his bat for strike 1. One ball, one strike with two men on and one down in the top of the 9th inning. Reinhardt leading 7-4, trying to extend their lead in this one. The delivery on the 1-1, you can make it 2 strikes now, as that one paints the outside corner for Profit. Maldonado will throw back to second as Sanders crept off the bag. He'll get back safely, though. The 1-2 hangs outside. Now 2 balls, 2 strikes to Jacob Profit. And that pitch will hit Profit in the knee, and he'll get the free 90. Back-to-back hit batters from Maldonado. Now we'll load the bases here with one out in the top of the 9th inning. One man down as we're back around to the top of the lineup, and Kevin Jimenez, the second baseman, has an opportunity to really extend Reinhardt's lead here. They just have one out and have the bases loaded, courtesy of a single and 2 hit batters. Maldonado remains on the mound for Columbia International, trying to get out of this jam. He's trying to 2 runners at second and third back in the 8th. Jimenez pops that one back foul for strike 1. Bases loaded in the 0-1. Jimenez showed bunt. That would have called Columbia International a little off guard there. So it popped back foul off the tip of his bat. Jimenez taps his bat across the plate. Takes one practice swing, now brings it back as he steps into the box. Bases loaded. No balls, 2 strikes. Maldonado lines and delivers. Pitch sails outside. Holds the batters, or holds the runners, rather. Now 1 ball, 2 strikes. Jimenez, a .302 hitter on the season. Reinhardt leading 7-4. Bases loaded with 1 out. The 1-2 just hangs low. Now 2 balls, 2 strikes to Jimenez. Columbia International's dugout not too happy about that ball call. Nonetheless, 2-2 count here with 1 down and the bases loaded. Maldonado will try to get him out. He won't on that pitch, though. It falls on the outside edge. Now a full count to Kevin Jimenez. Really puts Maldonado in a tough spot here. Cannot give up the walk, or else a run will come home and extend Reinhardt's lead. It currently sits at 7-4 here in the top of the 7th. And he will indeed walk him as that pitch missed low and away, and Reinhardt takes a 4-run lead as Nick Sanders will come home from third. Bases remain loaded. Reinhardt goes up 8-4 here in the top of the 9th inning. Now Jared Burney in his 6th at-bat of this game. Still looking for his first hit, though. 0 for 5. Go along with the sacrifice fly. He'll watch first pitch strike come across the plate. Bases are loaded here with 1 out in the top of the 9th inning. Pitch misses low and away. Strike 1 across the plate there as Burney showed bunt but pulled back as the pitch just painted the outside edge. Now 2 balls, 1 strike to Jared Burney. Bases loaded here in the top of the 9th inning, 1 man down. 8-4 is our score, Reinhardt leading. Jared Burney at the plate. Two count. Bases loaded with 1 out. And he'll check him out on strikes as Burney is sat down on the strikeout. And now the catcher, Michael Convery, will check in on the left side. Bases loaded with 2 men down in the top of the 9th inning. 8-4 is our score. First pitch down Broadway for strike one. Curveball misses outside. Bases loaded here with a 1-1 count now to Convery. Two outs here in the top of the 9th inning. 8-4 is our score. Time called from the batter, Convery, as he'll step back out, readjust his cap. Step back in here, trying to disrupt Maldonado's rhythm after the strikeout. 1-1 is our count. The delivery from Maldonado sailed outside. Hernandez did a good job of shuffling over to save that one and keep the runners at bay. Two balls, one strike. Bases loaded to Convery. Maldonado brings home the 2-1. Once again, misses on that outside edge. Now 3 balls, 1 strike. The 3 runners on for Reinhardt are all via free 90. Two batters were hit. 1 was walked. And that's where we are here at the top of the 9th inning. Maldonado delivers the 3-1. Paints that outside edge. That was a pitch he was looking for. Finally took some control over it. Now 3 balls, 2 strikes to Convery. Maldonado trying to get out of this jam. Had the bases loaded with 1 out. He's allowed 1 run, but he's got 2 down and a full count here. Runners are going on the full count, but he'll check him out on strikes. Convery was making his way to first, and instead he'll make his way back over to the dugout. As back-to-back strikeouts leave the bases loaded for Reinhardt, and Jan Maldonado will get out of the jam, allowing just 1 run after the bases were loaded with 1 out. And we head to the bottom of the 9th inning, the last chance for Columbia International's offense to battle their way back into this one, with Reinhardt leading 8-4 on the CIU Sports Network. Back here on the CIU Sports Network, bottom of the ninth inning, Reinhardt leading Columbia International 8-4 on this Saturday morning. Robert Bell will be the first Ram to try to cut that deficit and battle their way back into this one against the 23rd ranked team in the country. Bell, a .298 hitter on the season, batting out of the 4-hole in this game and playing right field. He's 0 for 3 in the ball game with 2 strikeouts. First pitch you'll see from the new pitcher, and Alex Watkins, will be a breaking ball strike. Watkins, a senior righty from Marietta, Georgia, a .346 ERA on the season across 13 innings pitched with 17 strikeouts. And the first 2 pitches he's thrown have been 2 strikes now to Robert Bell, an 0-2 count. Bell, Trujillo, and Bleasdale, the 3 CIU batters, due up here in the bottom of the ninth to try to keep this ball game alive. Delivery from Watkins on the 0-2. Sails high. A hard-thrown fastball there from Watkins. Now 1 ball, 2 strikes from the senior righty. Watkins winds and delivers. Pitch falls in the dirt. Bell, a good job of keeping his bat at bay, watching that one drop out of the zone. Now 2 balls, 2 strikes. Rams trailing 8-4 here in the bottom of the ninth inning. Watkins, the 2-2. Curveball straight down Broadway. As Bell has sat down on strikes for the 3rd time in this ball game. And Alex Rogers will put 1 away here to start off the top of the ninth inning. Cody Trujillo, the second baseman, checks in now in the left-hand batter's box. Righty-on-righty matchup here is Watkins. What a beautiful inning he's throwing thus far. Curveball, strike 1. Watkins, 5 pitches thrown, 4 strikes. And you can make it 5 for 6 now as that one paints the outside edge. Watkins, a guy who's definitely going to flash on the gun, throwing in the mid-80s. An 0-2 count here to Cody Trujillo. 1 for 4 here today with a double. They're going to say Trujillo win on that one. Tried checking his swing, but back-to-back strikeouts from Alex Watkins puts 2 men away here to start the bottom of the ninth inning. And what hope that Columbia International's offense had to cut this run deficit they're facing down. Alex Watkins done a tremendous job of closing this one out. Reinhardt leading 8-4, and Buddy Bleasdale now at the plate, the last hope for Columbia International, trailing by 4 runs. Bases empty with 2 down in the bottom of the ninth inning. First pitch he'll see will sail high, just above the letters, for ball 1. Watkins downhill. The 1-0, chop back foul for strike 1. Jalen McDuffie will stand on deck for Columbia International if Bleasdale can keep this ball game alive. Bleasdale having one of the better games he's had this season. 2 for 3 here today with a single, a double, and a walk. Only striking out back in the 7th inning. He's got the bases empty here with 2 down, facing a 1-1 count. Breaking ball drops out of the zone. Now 2 balls, 1 strike. Bleasdale ahead in the count. Not something we've seen yet from the pitcher Alex Watkins. Usually he'll take control of that count and take control of the batter. 5 of the first 6 pitches he threw were strikes. He delivers now the 2-1. Curveball paints that outside edge. You can count that as strike 2, just as I say that. Bleasdale and Columbia International down to their last strike here in Game 1 of this AAC series. Watkins comes home on the 2-2. Swing and a miss. And 3 up, 3 down, 3 strikeouts for the closer, Alex Watkins, as he will get the save for Columbia International, or rather for Reinhardt, as the 23rd ranked team in the country gets Game 1 win over Columbia International, 8-4. We'll take a brief intermission and come back for Game 2 in this series in roughly 45 minutes. Here on the CIU Sports Network, final from Game 1, Reinhardt 8, Columbia International 4. We'll be back for more on the CIU Sports Network.
Back here on the CIU Sports Network, top of the fourth inning action here in Columbia with Reinhardt, the 23rd ranked team in the country, leading CIU 2-0 on this beautiful Saturday afternoon in Columbia. Brett Collins back on the mound for Columbia International. For Reinhardt, the seventh batter in the order, the shortstop Nick Sanders, 0 for 1 here today, will step in on the right-handed batter's box, pops that one out into right field, and Robert Bell really doesn't have to move much to bring that down for out number one. 1 up, 1 down, and 1 pitch thrown from Brett Collins after giving up a 2-run homer to Dalton Turnbow back in the first inning. He's thrown 2 scoreless back-to-back innings and really found his groove after that early mess-up. Now Devin Smiler, the center fielder, 1 for 1 today with a double back in the second. We'll let ball 1 hang outside. Smiler, a .279 hitter on the season, senior out of Columbia, Tennessee. Had that leadoff double back in the second, but Reinhardt really couldn't come up with anything after that. He elevates that one behind us into foul territory. It'll be out of play for strike 1. 1 ball, 1 strike here to Smiler. Collins peering towards home just over the brim of his glove. The righty winds and delivers. Smiler showed bunt, couldn't make contact with it. He'll miss on the running bunt attempt for strike 2. Now 1 ball, 2 strikes to the 8th batter in the order for Reinhardt. Base is empty here with 1 out in the top of the 4th inning. 2-0 is our score. The 1-2 delivery from Collins. The curveball will set him down. The second strikeout of the ball game for Brett Collins, and it's a big one as he puts 2 away here in the top of the 4th inning. And now we're at the bottom of the order. The 9th batter, TJ Worley, 0 for 1 today. Rounded out back in the second. Takes strike 1 on the outside edge, watches it as it comes across the plate. Worley, freshman out of Dallas, Georgia. Fastball from Collins, missed high at the letters. Now 1 ball, 1 strike. Reinhardt leading 2-0. Collins winds, fires, swing and a miss from Worley. 4 strike 2. Collins well ahead in this count now on an 0-2. Collins gets the signal he lights, throws downhill. 3 pitches, 3 strikes, and back-to-back Ks for Brett Collins as he retires 3 batters to close out the top of the 4th inning. 2-0 is our score. Reinhardt leading Columbia International, but Collins really finding his groove on the mound. We'll see if Columbia International's offense can do the same when we come back. When we head to the bottom of the 4th inning, Reinhardt leading Columbia International 2-0 on the CIU Sports Network. Back here on the CIU Sports Network, bottom of the 4th inning here in Columbia in NAIA baseball action. The 23rd ranked team in the country, Reinhardt leading Columbia International 2-0 here in the bottom of the 4th.
And for CIU, trying to get their offense started here, still looking for their first hit of the ball game, with the 4, 5, and 6 batters in the lineup set to take to the plate. Robert Bell will be the first opportunist here. He'll watch strike one come down Broadway. Bell, a .298 hitter on the season, 0 for 1 today. Flew out to deep center back in the first. Daniel Dolinsky, Reinhardt's pitcher, tried to get him to chase that one out of the zone. Now 1-1. Dolinsky fires home. Breaking ball dropped out of the zone. Now 2 balls, 1 strike to Rob Bell. Bell pops that one back foul for strike 2. Now 2 balls, 2 strikes to the junior out of Palm Coast, Florida. You're talking to Coach Jonathan Johnson, says Rob Bell, easily one of the top 20 hitters in America when you talk about who can hit it the farthest, and has the highest exit velocity on the long ball. He'll pop that one back foul to stay alive at a 2-2 count. Bell, such an interesting story, actually drove up from Palm Coast, Florida to try out for Jonathan Johnson. He's going to be, they're going to say he checked his swing. The umpire says he went through for strike 3. Bell didn't like it, but he'll head back to the bench. And now Cody Trujillo, the second baseman, was hit by a pitch back in the second inning. Also got his 4th stolen base of the season. Dolinsky misses on the outside edge for ball 1. Dolinsky with 1 down. Paints the bottom half of the zone. Now a 1-1 count to Cody Trujillo, a senior out of Greenville, South Carolina. Dolinsky, though, been dealing on the mound thus far for Reinhardt. With the bases empty, Trujillo hits a dribbler to the third baseman, Bernie, who backs up just inside the infield dirt, flips over to first in time for the second out of the inning.
Third baseman, Buddy Bleasdale.
Now Buddy Bleasdale, the third baseman, 0 for 1 today with a strikeout back in the second inning. Will try to not only keep this inning alive, but give CIU their offensive spark that's much needed here. Collins has been dealing from the mound, only trailing Reinhardt by 2 runs here. A manageable deficit, but Bleasdale will bounce that one foul. It bounced into the infield. Bleasdale didn't take off. Reinhardt fielders reacted. Umpire quick to say that swing hit the plate, deeming foul territory. So an 0-1 count here to Buddy. Hitting .203 on the season. Dolinsky misses the outside edge for ball 1. Home plate umpire's going to check with his friend over at first. He's going to say, indeed, it did miss outside. Dolinsky, one of collegiate baseball's preseason NAIA players to watch. The lefty out of Kennesaw, Georgia. Bleasdale dribbles that one down the third baseline. Bernie was there to make the throw over to first, but third plate ump rules it foul just left of the third base bag. So Bleasdale will come back, battling alive here, down 0-2 in the count with 2 outs in the bottom of the 4th inning. 2-0 is our score. Reinhardt leading Columbia International. Bleasdale can keep this inning alive. Jeb Wilkinson sits on deck for Columbia International. Base is empty here, 2 down in the bottom of the 4th. Dolinsky peers over just the brim of his black glove, trying to get the signal pitch he likes. He indeed does. The lefty winds, delivers. Fastball sails high above the letters, really chin high, I should say, for ball 1 in this count. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 down for Buddy Bleasdale. Dolinsky throws downhill, swing and a miss from Bleasdale. He'll set him down on strikes. 2 strikeouts in the inning, and 5 on the day for Daniel Dolinsky through 4 innings. He's throwing a beautiful game. At the end of 4, our score, Reinhardt leading Columbia International 2-0. We'll be back for more action on the CIU Sports Network. Top of the 5th inning here in Columbia. Reinhardt leading Columbia International 2-0 here on the CIU Sports Network. Kate Crenshaw here with you on what is a beautiful Saturday afternoon. Just in the low 70s, a slight breeze moving in from left field. Collins back on the mound for Columbia International. And the first batter he's going to face is Kevin Jimenez, who will take ball 1 outside. Jimenez 0 for 2 here today with 2 groundouts. The 1-0 throw from Collins sails inside. Now 2 balls, no strikes to the leadoff batter here in the top of the 5th inning. A 2-run homer back in the first has given Reinhardt this 2-0 deficit that they've held on to. And just like that, they've got a leadoff runner on as Kevin Jimenez singles out into shallow center field. And the Reinhardt Eagles have a man on here in the top of the 5th inning. And the second batter in the order, Jared Burney, who's 1 for 2 here today with a single. No outs on the board, the 5th hit of the day for Reinhardt. Burney, a freshman out of Suwanee, Georgia, North Gwinnett High School, hitting .273 on the season. Collins, the righty, delivers towards home. Pitch falls in the dirt, bounces off the knee of the catcher, Gabe Austin. So Jimenez will move over to second on the pass ball. And Reinhardt, holding a 2-0 lead, has a runner in scoring position in the speedy Jimenez, with Burney at the plate and no outs here in the top of the 5th inning. One ball, no strikes. Burney shows bunt, pulls back as the pitch dropped low. Austin did a good job there of shuffling over and keeping that one in front of him. Keeps Jimenez at second. But Collins, though, on the mound behind in this count. 2-0 to Jared Burney. One runner on, no outs here in the top of the 5th. Collins looks back towards second. Now to home, the throw. Short bunt back to Collins on the mound. Throws over to Hernandez at first for out number 1. But the sacrifice bunt from Burney will move Jimenez over to third base. And with Reinhardt holding a 2-0 lead, they've got yet another runner 90 feet from home. And we'll see head coach Jonathan Johnson of Columbia International come out to the mound. And we'll see a pitching change here in the top of the 5th inning as Hunter Garris makes his way into the ball game. Brett Collins, his day is done. 4 1/3 innings pitched, 5 hits on the day for Brett Collins with 2 earned runs. Gave up that 2-run homer back in the first inning and worked his way out of jams in the second and third innings as well. He is headed towards the dugout, and his Saturday is done. With a runner at third, we'll see Hunter Garris take the mound. The first batter he'll face is Dalton Turnbow, who sent that 2-run homer deep over the right field wall back in the first inning. We'll see what Jonathan Johnson calls the Rams X Factor take the mound when we come back on the CIU Sports Network. Back here on the CIU Sports Network. On this beautiful Saturday afternoon in the Midlands, Reinhardt leading Columbia International 2-0 here in the top of the 5th inning. 1 out is our current setting. Reinhardt has a runner over at third, just 90 feet from home, and a new pitcher on the mound for Columbia International is Hunter Garris. The first batter he's going to face is Dalton Turnbow, the designated hitter for Reinhardt. 1 for 1 here today with a 2-run homer, and he shoots that one into right field. Past Hernandez over at first. The run will come home, and an RBI single goes into the scorebook for Dalton Turnbow. The sophomore from Jasper, Alabama, extends Reinhardt's lead to 3-0 here in the top of the 5th inning. Gianmarco Marcelletti now the first baseman, 0 for 2 in today's game. Will pop up in a strikeout back in the 3rd inning. Hunter Garris on the mound, the sophomore from Lexington. Going from a righty to a lefty here on the mound for the Rams. Garris' first pitch will miss outside. He's got one man on over at first. That's Turnbow. The earned run will go down for Collins on that previous at bat. Quick check bag over at first. Turnbow going to be tagged out as he tried creeping off the bag a little bit. Didn't get back there in time. And Hunter Garris sends the batter he led on the base right back over to the dugout. Turnbow, a monster of a man, was standing with that 6'5" frame. Just couldn't reach back over. 3-0 is our score here in the top of the 5th inning. Swing and a miss there from Marcelletti, and a beautiful pitch there on the changeup from Hunter Garris. A 1-1 count now to Marcelletti with 2 down here. Curveball. That will be strike 2. I do apologize. Base is empty here with 2 outs on the top of the 5th inning. 3-0 is our score. And a 1-2 count, Gianmarco Marcelletti. Garris delivers towards home. The curveball. Garris was walking back towards the dugout. Thought he got him looking. Just misses on the outside edge, though. Marcelletti will foul that one back off of the catcher, Gabe Austin's helmet there. Austin appears to be okay. As Marcelletti stays alive here with 2 strikes and 2 down in the top of the 5th inning. 3-0 is our score with Reinhardt leading Columbia International. Garris, the lefty, delivers towards home. He's going to ding Marcelletti in the shoulder, and with 2 outs, Reinhardt puts one man on for the 5th batter in the order, Xavier Arnett. 0 for 1 today. Was hit by a pitch as well back in the 1st inning. The junior out of Elizabethtown, Kentucky. Hitting .296 here in 2021. Gianmarco Marcelletti, the lone base runner for Reinhardt, stands over at first after he was dinged in the shoulder. We've got 2 down here in the top of the 5th inning. 3-0 is our score. Lefty-on-lefty matchup here as Hunter Garris sends one across the plate. Hangs low, though, for ball 1. Line out to Gonzalez at short is how we'll end the 5th inning here in Columbia. We head to the bottom frame of the 5th. Our score, Reinhardt, 3-0 over Columbia International. We'll be back for more action on the CIU Sports Network. Back here on the CIU Sports Network, 3-0 is our score. Reinhardt leading Columbia International in this AAC matchup on a Saturday afternoon. Jeb Wilkinson will step up to the plate for Columbia International. I'll take ball one outside. Wilkinson, as well as Sky Foster and Carter Willis, the three Rams, set to take a swing here in the bottom of the fifth inning. Wilkinson will pop that second pitch up into foul territory over the home dugout, out of play. Marcelletti, the first baseman, tried moving over to make a play on it. Wilkinson will step back to the plate here, facing a 1-1 count. Daniel Dolinsky dealing from the mound today from Reinhardt. He winds, delivers the 1-1. Tried painting the outside bottom corner, but it'll miss low for ball two. Dolinsky peering over the brim of his black glove. Shoots a strike straight down Broadway. For strike two. Wilkinson stepping out of the box here. Now back in. He'll tap the base twice with his bat. And now take his stance. Dolinsky didn't like the first signal he got. Finally found one he did. Dolinsky winds and fires. Wilkinson popped that one up foul behind us, back behind home plate. Stay alive at a 2-2 count. No outs here in the bottom of the fifth inning. Our score 3-0. Reinhardt leading Columbia International. Sky Foster standing on deck. A 2-2 count to Wilkinson at the plate. Dolinsky delivers. Misses just outside on the outside edge of the plate. Now a full count to the senior from Lexington. Wilkinson still looking for his first hit of the season, 0 for 4 in 2021. But he'll draw a full count walk as he'll take the free 90 and put a man on for Sky Foster here in the bottom of the fifth inning with no outs. Foster reaching on a fielder's choice back in the second inning. Also got his fifth stolen base of the season. With Wilkinson standing over at first, Foster showed bunt, pulled back as the pitch sailed high and outside. The catcher, Worley, had to come off his knees to bring it in. With Wilkinson over at first and no outs, Foster at the plate facing the 1-0. You can make it 1 ball, 1 strike now as Foster pops that one back foul. No outs here in the bottom of the fifth inning. Dolinsky delivers the 1-1. Foster can't make contact there for strike two. One ball, 2 strikes here. No outs, 1 man on. Foster pops that one up foul. The catcher, Worley, making his way back towards the backstop, but the ball will sail out of play as Foster stays alive here with 2 strikes. 1-2 is the count to the 8th batter in the order for Columbia International. Carter Willis standing on deck, 1 man on. That's Jeb Wilkinson, over at first. Dolinsky sends home the 1-2. Foster pops that one foul down the third baseline. Turney makes his way over towards Reinhardt's bullpen, but the ball will fall into the bullpen cage and out of play. Foster, 2 straight fouled balls to stay alive at a 1-2. One-two count to Foster. Dolinsky, dribbler straight back to Sanders at short. Flips to Jimenez at second in time for out number 1. But as Jimenez tried flipping the double play, Foster safe over at first as Marcelletti can't hold on to it. And Sky Foster will reach over to first on the fielder's choice, the second time he's done that today. As Wilkinson is tagged out at second. Now Carter Willis, the center fielder for Columbia International, 0 for 1 in today's game with a strikeout back in the second inning, will take his second swing in this one. 1 down here in the bottom of the fifth. 3-0 is our score. Reinhardt leading CIU as Willis pops that one back foul for strike 1. Jalen McDuffie comes out of the dugout to field that fouled back ball off of the back netting, holding a bag of salt and vinegar chips. Excuse me, jalapeno chips. Jalapeno chips. I do apologize on the correction there. Dolinsky will check Foster over at first. He'll get back safely. Want to make sure we get the correct kind of chips there for McDuffie, getting a little midday snack here just after lunch. Curious to see if he has any more in the dugout. I can maybe go grab a bag in between games here in this doubleheader. Carter Willis facing the 0-1 count here with one down in the bottom of the fifth. Dolinsky looks over to first and Foster. Now looks back towards home, but he'll send it over to first. Foster on the check bag gets back safely. Foster 5 for 5 on stolen bases this season. Tremendous base runner. Will always keep Dolinsky on edge, especially with the stolen base back in the second inning. Willis, a short grounder to the second baseman, Jimenez, on the edge of the outfield grass. Flips over to first in time for out number 2. Willis is going to be frustrated with that one as he will slowly walk his way back over to the home dugout.
Shortstop, Rafi Gonzalez.
Now back around to the top of the order. And the leadoff batter for Columbia International, Rafi Gonzalez, hoping to have a better at-bat in this one than he's had thus far. 2 at-bats, and he's been hit twice today. So Rafi trying to avoid a third bruise in today's game 1 of this doubleheader. 3-0 is our score in the bottom of the 5th inning. A runner on second, that's Sky Foster with 2 outs. First pitch from Daniel Dolinsky falls out of the zone for ball 1. Dolinsky sends home the 1-0. Gonzalez pops it up into foul territory. The third baseman, Bernie, just steps over into foul territory from the third base bag to bring it in for out number 3. We've got 5 frames in the books. We head to the top of the 6th inning with the 23rd ranked team in the country, Reinhardt, leading Columbia International 3-0 here on the CIU Sports Network. Back here on the CIU Sports Network, top of the 6th inning, our score, Reinhardt leading Columbia International 3-0 as the 6, 7, and 8 batters in the order for the Reinhardt Eagles are due up here. Albert Mora, the first man to step into the box for the 23rd ranked team in the country. First pitch from Hunter Garris will sail outside for ball 1. Mora, a .330 hitter on the season. He's 1 for 2 here today with a single back in the first inning. Garris, not a guy who's going to flash high on the gun, but that curveball just getting in there for strike 1. Mora will let that one drop out of the zone now. 2 balls, 1 strike to the junior from San Valicia, Venezuela. Hard hit ball down the third baseline from Mora. Just drops foul. Our count's evened up at 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, no outs here in the top of the 6th inning to Albert Mora. Base is empty for Reinhardt as they lead 3-0. Garris, the lefty, delivers from the mound. Swing and a miss from Mora. He'll set him down on strikes. First strikeout of the day for Hunter Garris, and that puts the first out on the board here in the top of the 6th inning. And Nick Sanders, the shortstop for Reinhardt, batting in the 7th order. 0 for 2 in today's ball game. Lefty on lefty matchup here. Garris, curveball, paints the outside edge near the left side of the plate for strike 1. 1 down here in the top of the 6th. Garris sends home the 0-1. Short dribbler to Trujillo at second, just inside the infield dirt. He flips over to Hernandez at first in time for out number 2. 2 up, 2 down thus far here in the top of the 6th inning for Hunter Garris. And now Devin Simler, 1 for 2 in today's ball game, had a double back in the 2nd inning. Reinhardt couldn't tack on to their lead as he was stranded over at third. Garris, that pitch got away from him. It sailed high. Gabe Austin, the catcher, to come off his knees to bring it in. A 1-0 count. Garris now fires home the 1-0. Hard hit ball to Bleasdale at third. He takes 2 steps into the infield grass, flips to first in time for the 3rd out of the inning. A quick 3 up, 3 down inning for Hunter Garris and Columbia International as they'll take to the bottom half of the 6th inning and try to get their offense going. Here in the bottom of the 6th inning, our score, Reinhardt leading Columbia International 3-0 on the CIU Sports Network. Bottom of the 6th inning here in Columbia as Reinhardt leads Columbia International 3-0 here in Game 2 of this AAC 3-game series. Daniel Dolinsky, the starter in this ball game for Reinhardt, stays on the mound. The senior lefty out of Kennesaw, Georgia. He's been absolutely terrific here today. And the first batter he's going to face, though, is a big one, and Josh Hernandez, the talented first baseman and catcher for CIU. He's standing over at first today, hitting .381 on the season with 10 long balls for the Columbia native. 0 for 2 in today's ball game, though. Dolinsky peers over the brim of his black glove, now sends it home. And Josh Hernandez sends that one out into left field. The left fielder Arnett will back up, but that ball will send you a postcard because it is gone. For Josh Hernandez, his 11th home run of the season, and more importantly, the first run of the day for Columbia International, and also the first hit allowed by Daniel Dolinsky. The no-hitter is broken up here in the bottom of the 6th inning, by Josh Hernandez on the solo shot over the left field wall. And our score is now 3-1 with Reinhardt leading Columbia International as Hernandez cuts the deficit to 2. Gabe Austin now, the catcher in today's ball game, hitting .309 on the season, 0 for 2 thus far at the plate. First pitch from Dolinsky will drop low and away for ball 1. Dolinsky delivers the 1-0. Paints the outside bottom corner for strike 1. Austin back into the box now, facing a 1-1 count. Dolinsky fires. Sails outside now. 2 balls, 1 strike. Austin pops that one out into left field. Arnett backs his way up to the warning track. And Gabe Austin was just about 5 feet away from having his 3rd homer of the year, but left that one short. Has really no wind here today on this Saturday afternoon. We have a slight breeze, but not enough to push a ball out. That ball just died right there at the warning track for out number 1 here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Now Robert Bell, the right fielder, 0 for 2 in the ball game. Struck out back in the 4th inning. Swing and a miss there for strike 1 from Rob. Jonathan Johnson will tell you, Rob Bell, one of the best hitters in America. Drove up from Palm Coast, Florida, when he was being recruited here at CIU. Jonathan Johnson just told us that sometimes the ball just comes off the bat differently from some guys. Rob Bell is one of those guys, but he'll fly out to left field for the second out in this one. Cody Trujillo now, the second baseman, 0 for 1 in the ball game, was hit by a pitch back in the 2nd inning, also with a stolen base, his 5th of the year. Trujillo will let that one drop out of the zone for ball 1. 2 down here in the bottom of the 6th inning. 3-1 is our score. Reinhardt leading Columbia International. Trujillo pops that one back foul. Evens our count up at 1 apiece. Dolinsky peering over the brim of his glove, finally gets the signal he likes, winds and delivers the 1-1. Trujillo sent that one off the inside of his bat. He slipped in the batter's box on it as it was a short dribbler over to Marcelletti over at first. And he'll easily step on the bag for out number 3. At the end of 6, our score, Reinhardt leading Columbia International 3-1. We will come back to the top of the 7th inning here on the CIU Sports Network. Back here on the CIU Sports Network, top of the 7th inning, our score, Reinhardt leading Columbia International 3-1. Hunter Garris back on the mound for CIU. The lefty winds and delivers to TJ Worley. Curveball paints the outside corner
for strike one. Worley batting in the 9th hole for Reinhardt. 0 for 1 today with a strikeout back in the 4th inning. Winds and fires, and Garris gets strike 2. Now an 0-2 count to TJ Worley. Columbia International's offense really getting the first spark of the day back in the 6th as Josh Hernandez in a solo shot over the left field wall. And up to that point, Reinhardt pitcher Daniel Dolinsky hadn't allowed a hit all day through 5 innings. Nonetheless, our score 3-1 as Worley will foul that one back to stay alive at 2-1. Garris comes home. Misses outside. High and away for ball 1. Base is empty here, no outs as we lead off the top of the 7th inning. Garris sends home the 1-2. Drops inside for ball 2. Garris that delivers the 2-2 and now a full count as Garris the lefty let that one fly high and away for ball 3. The full count now to TJ Worley, the freshman from Dallas, Georgia, hitting .308 on the season. Full count. Payoff pitch from Garris. Just high as Worley is walked on the full count. So a free 90 for Reinhardt puts a runner on here in the top of the 7th inning. And we will see a courtesy runner for Worley over at first.
Bench runner first base, Jacob Profit.
Jacob Profit will be the courtesy runner over at first. As we're back around to the top of the lineup, Kevin Jimenez, the second baseman for Reinhardt. 1 for 3 here today with a single back in the 5th inning. 1 man on, no outs here in the top of the 7th. Garris high and away for ball 1. Garris struggling with his command here as we get going in the top of the 7th. Got ahead of Worley 0-2 in that leadoff at bat. But then 4 straight throws outside is where we are now with the runner on. No outs. Garris checks over at first. Profit, the courtesy runner for Worley, back safely. 1-0 is the count to the batter, Jimenez. Garris, not a guy who's really going to flash high on the gun, but also a guy who's not going to throw the same pitch or speed twice. Looks over to Profit at first, now sends it home. Jimenez puts one into the grass on a bunt. Garris throws over to first. He was falling on the throw, but makes it somehow in time. And Garris comes up okay. Profit will advance over to second, but what a gutsy play there by Hunter Garris.
Third baseman, Jarrett Burney.
Jarrett Burney now, the second baseman for Reinhardt, will step in on the left side of the batter's box with 1 down in the top of the 7th inning. Burney readjusts his helmet. Now he'll step in, tap the base twice with the end of his blue and black bat with a runner on at second. And 1 down here in the top of the 7th. Garris looks over to the runner at second. Now delivers towards home. Pitch misses high and outside for ball 1. Three to 1 is our score. Reinhardt leading Columbia International. Garris looking at second now, the lefty. Went to make the turn to second. Profit, the courtesy runner, back safely. Won't make the throw. And Jarrett Burney still waiting on another pitch. He's sitting here on a 1-0 count. Breaking ball from Garris. Once again, high and outside, just missing
plate for ball 2. Dalton Turnbow, the power hitter for Reinhardt, standing on deck for the Eagles. Runner on second, 1 out in the top of the 7th inning. Garris sends home the 2-0. Just above the zone now, 3 balls, no strikes to Jarrett Burney, who's sitting comfortably here at a 3-0 count. 3 balls, no strikes to the freshman from Suwanee, Georgia. The sun finally starting to peek out above the clouds. Temperature starting to rise here. Garris will step off the rubber. Profit makes his way back to second. Garris back on the mound now. Gets into his stance. Looks at Profit at second. Once again will step off the rubber to get back the courtesy runner. Burney at the plate at a 3-0 count will step out of the box, now back in. Readjust his positioning. Garris on the way. Straight down Broadway for strike 1. Garris, the first strike he's thrown in a while. Now 3 balls, 1 strike to Burney. One down here in the top of the 7th inning. A 3-1 count. Garris looks to second. Time called by the batter, Burney. He'll step out of the box. Garris really taking his time here, trying to keep Profit over at second base. With the Rams, a manageable deficit, down 3-1 here in the top of the 7th inning. We are only playing 7 innings here in game 1 of today's doubleheader. Pop back foul from Burney for strike 2. Now a full count to the third baseman with 1 down in the top of the 7th. Garris now. He was behind in the count from the mound at a 3-0. He's battled back now to 3 balls, 2 strikes. He'll step off the rubber. Profit, the runner at second, makes his way back over to the bag. Our score 3-1 here in the top of the 7th inning. Garris trying to get out of this jam. He's got a runner in scoring position and 1 down. Full count, payoff pitch. Hit back up the middle, past the second baseman, Trujillo. And the center fielder, Carter Willis, will come home now. The throw will be in time. Austin flips back to second. The throw won't get there. And Profit scores from second. And an RBI double for Jarrett Burney extends Reinhardt's lead to 4-1 here in the top of the 7th inning. Dalton Turnbow, the designated hitter, batting in the 3 hole and hitting .327 on the season, checks in on the right side of the plate. Lefty on lefty matchup here. First pitch from Garris. Sails high and outside for ball 1. Turnbow really was the guy who got things started for us back in the first inning with a moonshot of a 2-run homer over the right field wall. That was a no-doubter. Gave Reinhardt a 2-0 lead, one they haven't looked back from. They lead 4-1 now here in the top of the 7th. With a runner at second, Garris sends home the 1-0, and you can make it 2 balls, no strikes now. Back-to-back breaking balls from Hunter Garris, misses really over in the left batter's box of the plate. Gabe Austin doing a great job of shuffling over to keep those balls in front of him and keep the runner Burney at second.
Garris looks towards second, now delivers towards home. Strike one, just paints the left outside edge of the plate for Turnbow, the sophomore out of Jasper, Alabama. 2 for 3 here today, 2 for 2 make that, with a 2-run homer, an RBI single, and a walk back in the third. Garris misses just high of the zone. Now 3 balls, 1 strike to Dalton Turnbow. 1 out here in the top of the 7th inning. Garris looks back towards second. Bernie inching off the bag. But Turnbow is going to be walked on 5 pitches. He'll take the free 90, and that'll put 2 men on here in the top of the 7th inning with just 1 out for Gianmarco Marcelletti, the first baseman for Reinhardt. He's 0 for 2 here today, was also hit by a pitch back in the 5th inning. 4-1 is our score here in the top of the 7th. With 2 men on and 1 out in the top of the 7th, Garris sends home the first pitch to Marcelletti. It'll be a ball on the outside edge. Bernie will creep off the bag at second. He's going to be the lead runner for Reinhardt. Turnbow stands over at first. Garris, the lefty, sends home the 1-0, popped up into left field. Sky Foster moves his way back, trying making the over-the-shoulder catch near the warning track. It's going to drop just over his head, and that'll load the bases now as Foster relays into Gonzalez. Bernie thought that Foster was going to make the catch. He was the lead runner. Thought Foster was going to make the catch. Did not take an early lead, so he was not able to completely tag up towards home on that deep single from Marcelletti. And now with 1 out in the top of the 7th inning, Reinhardt leads 4-1, but they have the bases loaded for Xavier Arnett. Bernie, the lead runner, at third. Turnbow stands at second. Marcelletti over at first. Xavier Arnett at the plate, 0 for 2 in today's ball game. A 296 hitter on the season. He's got 18 RBI, trying to make it a couple more. First pitch from Garris misses on the outside edge. For ball 1. Arnett, the junior out of Elizabethtown, Kentucky, trying to extend Reinhardt's lead here at the top of the 7th. He'll let that pitch sail high and away for ball 2. Bases loaded here with 1 out. 2-0 is our count to Xavier Arnett. Pitch misses outside. Now 3 balls, no strikes for Hunter Garris. Seeing some activity starting to open up over in the CIU bullpen. As Hunter Garris is struggling in the top of the 7th inning. We're only playing 7 in this ball game. We do have another 9-inning game left on our slate. 4-1 is our score in the top of the 7th. Garris sends home the 3-0 pitch. Just on the outside edge, gets it in there for strike 1. Arnett
Thought it missed outside. Three balls, one strike now to Xavier Arnett. Lefty on lefty. Garris sends home the 3-1. Popped up, sent into left field. Sky Foster backs his way up into deep left. Now we'll relay it in as Bernie will tag up from third on the bases loaded sacrifice fly. And Reinhardt takes a 5-1 lead here in the top of the 7th inning. Albert Mora now, the right fielder for Reinhardt, the 6th batter in the order. Steps up to the plate, 1 for 3 today with a single back in the 1st inning. He's got runners on 1st and 2nd, Dalton Turnbow, the lead runner, standing at 2nd base. Garris paints the outside edge, right half of the plate for strike 1. With 2 men on and 2 down at the top of the 7th. Garris, curveball, straight over the middle for strike 2. Garris trying to wrap up this one and give Columbia International's offense a chance in the bottom of the 7th inning to come back in this ball game. Garris sends home the 0-2. Thought he got him on the bottom half of the zone. Instead, it'll drop out for ball 1. Garris looks back to the lead runner, Turnbow at 2nd. He's also got a runner over at 1st. Now sends home the 1-2, pop back foul, out of play. As Alex Mora battles here with 2 strikes. Garris looks back towards 2nd now with a 1-2 count. Sends home the 1-2. Mora pops that one down the first base line. Hernandez, the first baseman, moves over into foul territory. Makes the grab just near the foul territory fence to bring it in for the 3rd out of the inning. 5-1 is our score as we head to the bottom of the 7th. Our last one here in game 2 of this 3-game series. We'll wrap it up with a 7-inning ball game here, a 9-inning outing to follow, but we head to the bottom of the 7th. Our score 5-1, Reinhardt leading Columbia International on the CIU Sports Network. Bottom of the 7th inning here in Columbia as the 23rd ranked team in the country, Reinhardt, leads Columbia International 5-1. Buddy Bleasdale Jeb Wilkinson and Sky Foster, the 3 CIU batters, are the last chance for the hometown team to battle their way back into this one, trailing by 4 runs. Daniel Dolinsky remains on the mound for Reinhardt, and he'll get a first pitch strike as the swing and a miss there from Buddy Bleasdale, who's 0 for 2 today with 2 strikeouts. What an outing from Daniel Dolinsky, the senior from Kennesaw, Georgia. Took a no-hitter into the 6th inning before he gave up a solo homer to Josh Hernandez over the left field wall. But that would be it. The only hit giving up today from Daniel Dolinsky as he'll get strike 2 there on Bleasdale. He'll send home the 0-2 count now. Drops low in the dirt for ball 1. Base is empty here and no outs as we get things going in the bottom of the 7th inning. Dolinsky just outside. Tried painting that bottom outside corner on the right half of the plate. Just missed it, though. He'll now peer over the brim of his black glove. The lefty winds up, delivers. Bleasdale contact, though, sends it down the third base line, but it'll drop foul. Bleasdale staying alive here at a 2-2 count. Dolinsky sends home the 2-2. Curveball missed high at the letters. Now a full count to Buddy Bleasdale, the senior out of Manning, South Carolina, hitting .203 on the season. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Dolinsky, the payoff pitch. Pop back foul from Bleasdale out of play. No outs, and here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Base is empty. Dolinsky sends home the full count. Misses high and away, and he'll walk Buddy Bleasdale. And while we mentioned he's only given up 1 hit on the day, that was the first batter as well that Dolinsky has walked. So Buddy Bleasdale, the leadoff batter here in the 7th, will take the free 90 and put the tying run in the hole for Columbia International. Jeb Wilkinson will step to the plate as Dolinsky misses high and away. We do have some activity over in the Reinhardt bullpen. Blake Rogers is one of the pitchers I see out there getting some warm-up pitches in. Bleasdale, the lone base runner, over at first. Wilkinson pops that one out into center field. Simler moves over to make the grab over in right center field for out number 1, as Wilkinson will be the first batter retired here in the bottom of the 7th. With 1 down and 1 man on, Sky Foster now, the left fielder, sophomore out of Orangeburg, South Carolina. Step in to the left side batter's box. Chops that one back foul towards the home dugout along the first base line for strike 1. Foster, a .389 hitter on the season. Reached on a fielder's choice twice here today, not to mention getting his 5th stolen base of the season. And he'll send that one straight back up the middle. And the shortstop, Sanders, tried coming over. He would have had the double play. Instead, as he went to step on second base to get Bleasdale out on the force out, he dropped the ball, lost it, and that'll put 2 men on now for Columbia International. The tying run in this one with 1 out in the bottom of the 7th inning will stand on deck. And Reinhardt head coach Jonathan Burton will come out to argue that call at second, trying to see if the shortstop Sanders might have held on to it when he stepped on the bag to at least get 1 out on that play. Understanding not flipping the double, but could have gotten Bleasdale out on the force out. Burton will lose his case. The defense will rest, and he'll head back towards the dugout, leaving 2 runners on for Columbia International. Now the men in blue will gather to discuss that play. What would be, once again, yet another fielder's choice for Sky Foster, his third of the day if the play holds up, and that puts Carter Willis, the ninth batter in the order for Columbia International at the plate. He's 0 for 2 in today's game, but a .232 hitter on the season with 14 RBI. The tying run in this one, as long as that previous play will stand, would be Rafi Gonzalez, the leadoff batter, who will step in to the on-deck circle. To bring you up to speed, Bloody Bleasdale made his way over to second base, and from a short grounder from Sky Foster, hit straight back to the shortstop Sanders, just to the left of the second base bag. Sanders tried charging up towards the infield grass to make the grab. Looked like he fielded it cleanly. When he came up with it to step on the second base bag, though, at least it looked like to me, the ball fell out of his glove as he went to try to make the throw over to first, simultaneously while stepping on second, obviously making the double play, or at least an attempt to make the double play. The call will be reversed, and Buddy Bleasdale is going to be ruled out at second base. The initial call stood. The Reinhardt head coach came out to argue the call. The play stood. The umpires gathered for a quick conference call for the men in blue. They reverse it. Bloody Bleasdale now ruled out on the force out at second. And now we see Jonathan Johnson, head coach of Columbia International, make his way over from the third baseline towards the mound to talk to both the umpire who made the initial call as well as the man behind home plate to argue that one. Nonetheless, the play will stand after much conversations later as the Jeopardy music begins to play along the sound system. After much deliberation, we have now 2 down here in the bottom of the 7th inning and only 1 runner on. A big turn of events there for Columbia International, who's trying to battle their way back into this one, trailing 5-1 now. And they're going to put that down as an error for Reinhardt and Nick Sanders at shortstop. Delinsky now facing Carter Willis. First pitch high in the zone, though, for strike 1. Rafi Gonzalez stands on deck with 2 down here in the bottom of the 7th. 1 runner on, that's Sky Foster over at first. He reached on the error. Carter Willis will call time to step out of the box from the right side. Step back in, left foot first, followed by the right. Taps the base twice. Now we're ready to go. Delinsky sends home the 0-1. Hard chopper down the first baseline from Willis into foul territory for strike 2. Columbia International now with 2 outs in the bottom of the 7th inning, down to their last strike as Carter Willis sits at an 0-2 count at the plate. 5-1 is our score here in the bottom of the 7th. Delinsky, the 0-2 pop back foul just on the inner side of the bat from Carter Willis. The sun really starting to take its spot high in the sky here in the Midlands. You can feel the temperature starting to warm up. Delinsky sends home the 0-2. Swing and a miss there from Willis, but on a drop ball, he'll throw to first in time for out number 3, and that'll be the ball game. Our final score here in Game 2 of the series, in the first game of today's doubleheader.
Sorry, we're going 9 today.
And one correction there, as we'll head to the top of the 8th. I thought we were playing 7, then 9, but quick correction there. We'll head to the top of the 8th. Our score 5-1 when we come back on the CIU Sports Network. Back here on the CIU Sports Network, top of the 8th inning. I do apologize. A little confusion there. Was told pregame that we're playing 7 innings here in Game 2, 9 innings in Game 3. Quick reversal there. We're going 9 here to start, followed by a 7-inning ball game to close out your Saturday evening. So we take it at the top of the 8th inning. 5-1 is our score. Christian Orr, the new man on the mound for Columbia International. Now with a 1-2 count to Nick Sanders, shortstop out of Lebanon, Tennessee. Sanders pops that one up foul down the third baseline. Bleasdale makes his way over to the visitors' dugout, and he made the grab over in foul territory. A big grab there from Buddy Bleasdale to sit down Sanders for out number 1 here in the top of the 8th inning.
Center fielder Devin Simler.
Now Devin Simler, the center fielder for Reinhardt, 1 for 3 in today's game with a double, hitting .279 on the season. Christian Orr now with 1 down in the top of the 8th inning. Orr, the first pitch to Simler, drops away for ball 1. He'll paint the outside edge of the plate there on that one for strike 1. Now a 1-1 count to Dylan Simler. Simler skyrockets that one out into left center field. Willis comes over to make the grab for out number 2.
Hitting number 2, Jacob Profit.
Jacob Profit now pinch hitting out of the 9 hole. I'll step in on the left side. Well, the base is empty and 2 men down here in the top of the 8th inning. He'll let the first pitch sail chin high for ball 1. Profit skyrockets that one out into left field. Foster steps up to make the grab for out number 3. 3 up, 3 down inning for Christian Orr as we head to the bottom of the 8th with Reinhardt leading Columbia International 5-1 on the CIU Sports Network. Bottom of the ninth inning here in Columbia. 7-2 is our score. Reinhardt leading Columbia International. And as you see on your screen, a huge wave of pollen has made its way onto the field as the wind has picked up here in the Midlands at Miller Field. And just a sea of yellow spans our ballpark here today. Not only are masks protecting us from COVID-19, but also they're helping us a little bit hold the pollen as well. Buddy Bleasdale at the plate. Swing and a miss there for a strike. Bleasdale 0 for 2 here today with a walk. Facing an 0-1 count here. The leadoff batter in the bottom of the ninth inning. And he'll be sat down on 3 quick pitches for 3 strikes. Third strikeout of the day for Buddy Bleasdale. Now Austin Paradise, the pinch hitter for the Rams. A freshman bat will step up on the left side. Make that right side, rather. Pinch hitting for Jeb Wilkinson. Pitch sails high and away. Ball 1. Swing and a miss there for Paradise. 4 strike 1. Now a 1-1 count to Austin Paradise. Make that strike 2. 7-2 is our score here in the bottom of the ninth inning. 1 down. Price Alexander, another pinch hitter, stands on deck for Columbia International. Paradise at the plate. Let the curveball from the righty sail inside. Johnson winds and fires. Sent down the third baseline, just foul from Paradise as he battles alive here at a 2-2 count. The 2-2 so high and away. Now a full count to Austin Paradise. 1 down here in the bottom of the ninth inning. 7-2 is our score. Reinhardt leading Columbia International comfortably. Full count. Payoff pitch. Too high as Paradise will take the free 90. And that'll put a runner on for Price Alexander. Runner over at first, that's Paradise. Alexander at the plate, checks in on the right side. They're tried checking a swing, but home plate ump's going to say he followed through on it, so strike 1 goes in the book. 1 down here in the bottom of the ninth, 1 man on. The 0-1 delivery. Swung on and missed for strike 2 to Alexander. Carter Willis, the 9th batter in the order for Columbia International, stands on deck. If Alexander's able to keep this 9th inning alive for the CIU Rams. Alexander almost went for it as the pitch sailed high out of the zone, but able to hold back. The 1-2 now, 2 balls, 2 strikes. That was high and away. Austin Paradise, the lone base runner, standing over at first after the 1-out walk. Price Alexander at the plate, facing a 2-2 count, time called by Alexander. 7-2 is our score here in the bottom of the ninth inning. Swing and a miss from Price Alexander. He'll go down on strikes. for out number 2, the second strikeout of the inning for the Rams. And now Carter Willis with 2 outs on the board and trailing by 5 runs will step up to the plate with a runner over at first base. Swing and a miss first from Willis for strike 1. The 0-1 misses outside. Now a 1-1 count. Willis sends that one on a hard foul line drive out the third base line for strike 2. A 1-2 count with 2 down here in the bottom of the 9th inning. Pitch will miss inside to Willis. Paradise takes a stolen base over to second. Now a 2-2 count. The 2-2. Willis sends it out into center field. Simler moves over to make the grab for out number 3. And that'll be the end of game 2. 7-2 is our final score. Reinhardt defeats Columbia International by 5 runs. We'll be back after a short break for game 3 of this series and game 2 of today's doubleheader here on the CIU Sports Network.
And welcome into Game 3 of this weekend's AAC Series of the Week. The 23rd ranked team in the country, Reinhardt, coming over to the Midlands of South Carolina to take on Columbia International. Hello everyone, Kate Crenshaw here with you on what is a beautiful Saturday afternoon in South Carolina. Although we do have a heavy pollen presence filling the air here today. At times you can see almost a yellow fog coming over the ballpark. Nonetheless, let's get straight to the action. Trent Polly taking the mound for Columbia International, a sophomore out of Irmo, South Carolina. The first batter he's going to be facing will be Kevin Jimenez, the second baseman for Reinhardt, batting in the leadoff position. The senior out of St. Cloud, Florida, will foul off the first pitch he sees down the third baseline as we get things going here in the top of the first inning. Second pitch from Polly. Hard hit grounder to Trujillo at second. He was on the edge of the outfield grass when he fielded that one. Flips to first in time for out number one.
Third baseman Jarrett Burney.
A quick two-pitch out from Trent Polly to get things going here. And now Jarrett Burney, the third baseman for Reinhardt, will step up to the plate on the left side, tap the base once with his blue and black bat. Now Polly delivers. Paints the bottom half of the zone straight across the plate for strike one. Burney, a .273 hitter in his freshman campaign with Reinhardt. Chops that one foul just down the third baseline for strike two. Trent Polly, a .338 ERA on the season across 10 appearances and 32 and a third innings pitch, allowing 41 hits, 14 earned runs while walking 5 and striking out 11. He sends the 0-2 to Burney, who lines it out straight to Jalen McDuffie at first for a quick second out here in the top of the first inning. And just as we're getting started, we're getting ready to close it out as Dalton Turnbow, the designated hitter, will check in the right-handed batter's box with 2 outs in the top of the first. Turnbow will watch strike one come across the plate. Sophomore from Jasper, Alabama. Can't make contact there for strike two. You look back in game 2 of this series, Turnbow hit one of the longest homers I've seen in a while over the right field wall on a moonshot. No doubt about it. Polly's third pitch misses low in the dirt for ball one. Polly now sends home the 1-2. Gets the outside edge for strike three, and he'll sit him down on strikes. Trent Polly, 3 up, 3 down to get things going here in the top of the first inning. And we'll head to the bottom frame and a scoreless affair with Reinhardt and Columbia International facing off in Game 3 of the AAC Series of the Week here on the Columbia International Sports Network. Back here on the CIU Sports Network from Columbia. Scoreless game here in the bottom of the first inning. Taking to the mound for Reinhardt to get things going here in the bottom of the first. In game 3 will be Parker Miller, a redshirt freshman righty from Monroe, Georgia, with a 10.93 earned run average across 14 innings pitched, allowing 18 hits and 9 earned runs while walking 7 and striking out 17 here in 2021. The first batter he's going to be facing will be Rafi Gonzalez, the shortstop for the Rams, in the leadoff hole, the freshman out of Batesburg, South Carolina. Righty on lefty matchup here. First pitch from Miller, high and away for ball 1. Rafi will take strike 2 on the inside edge. Gonzalez, a tremendous freshman campaign thus far, a guy that nobody really expected to be at the varsity level, and as Jonathan Johnson told us, that really he and the coaching staff gave 2 other guys chances at the shortstop position on the varsity level ahead of Gonzalez, but just described him as a kid with a lot of fight and a lot of heart. Has worked his way into this lineup. He sends a short dribbler to the second baseman just on the edge of the outfield grass, who flips to first in time for the first out of the inning.
1 out.
1 up, 1 down for Parker Miller. This CIU lineup just gets tougher as you go down, as you would expect. Josh Hernandez now, the talented power hitter with 10 homers on the season and a .381 average overall, will step in from the left side. Righty on righty matchup now. First pitch Hernandez sees. He'll foul off back down the first base line for strike 1. And not only is Hernandez a huge key offensively, but also a big contributor defensively as well. So yeah, you really considers Hernandez the anchor of their team. Curveball misses low just across the plate for ball 1. A 1-1 count now to the Columbia native. Hernandez with 1 down. Shoots that one down the third baseline. Bernie is there to glove it. Flips over to first. And 2 down here in the bottom of the first inning.
Batting third today, right fielder Rob Bell.
And Robert Bell in the 3-hole of the lineup for Columbia International, playing right field. Will step up and trying to get some offense going for him today. Was 0 for 4 back in earlier game 2 today. Can't make contact on that one. A hard swing and miss from Bell. Wind blowing in now from the outfield in towards home plate. Second pitch to Bell falls outside. Now a 1-1 count to the right fielder. Junior out of Palm Coast, Florida. Gabe Alston standing on deck if Bell can keep this inning alive with 2 down in the bottom of the first of a scoreless ball game. Parker delivers the 1-1. Can't find his spot. His breaking ball broke on the inside half of the plate. 2 balls, 1 strike to Bell. Curveball once again breaking low, just out of the zone. Bell ahead in the count now, 3-1. Miller winds and delivers just high. And Robert Bell will take a 5-pitch free 90 over to first on the walk, the first of the day. The Rams have their first base runner here in the bottom of the first inning of a scoreless ball game, as Gabe Alston, the designated hitter, will step up in the cleanup position. Alston, a .309 batting average on the season for the senior out of Summerville, South Carolina. Bell standing over at first, the lone base runner for the Rams. 2 down. First pitch from Miller misses outside. 4th straight ball thrown from Parker Miller
the Reinhardt pitcher on the mound. Time called from Austin just before the pitch was thrown. And as a pitcher, that's going to be really frustrating. You get right in the zone, you're ready to throw your pitch, you're in the almost mid windup because you didn't see time was called beforehand. You deliver the pitch. Nonetheless, we sit at a 2-0 count. 2-0 with 2 down. Swing and a miss there from Austin on the changeup, straight down the middle for strike 1. Two and one. Austin pops it up foul down the third baseline. Bernie, the third baseman, tried moving over to make a play on it, but the ball will be out of play. Bottom of the first inning action here in Columbia. Scoreless game with Reinhardt and Columbia International. We are playing 7 here in game 3. Count evened up at 2 apiece for Gabe Austin. 2 down here in the bottom of the first. Robert Bell stands over the lone base runner at first base after he drew a 5-pitch walk. Miller from the mound sends home the 2-2. Chop straight back to him on the mound, and Miller flips over to first in time for out number 3. Well, the Rams will strand 1 base runner, and we put 1 inning in the books. We're still scoreless here in Columbia. Way to the top of the second with Reinhardt looking to put the first run of the ball game on the board when we come back on the CIU Sports Network. Back here on the CIU Sports Network, top of the second inning, a scoreless game with the 23rd ranked team in the country, Reinhardt, taking on Columbia International. Trent Polly back on the mound for CIU. The first pitch he sends home is a strike after a big swing and a miss there from the first baseman from Reinhardt, Gianmarco Marcinelli. Now the 0-1, line straight down the third baseline, just fair, and that'll get deep into the corner of left field. Sky Foster moved over to try to make the play. It bounces back off the wall and back behind him, giving Marcinelli enough time to have a stand-up double to lead off things here in the top of the second inning. A big-time shot there from Marcinelli. He sends it down the third baseline deep into the back corner of the field. Reinhardt well in business to get things started here in the top of the second. Xavier Arnett, now the left fielder for Reinhardt, has a runner in scoring position of this scoreless game, and he's going to rocket that one out into center field. Straightaway shot to Carter Willis. He can't hold on to it, though it dropped just in front of him. Marcinelli will move over to third, and Reinhardt cruising comfortably. Runners on the corners with no outs to start things out in the top of the second inning in this scoreless ball game.
Number 31, right fielder, Albert Mora.
Albert Mora now the right fielder, one of collegiate baseball's preseason NAIA players to watch. Hitting .330 on the season with 30 hits and 25 RBI. He's got a one runner 90 feet from home, another over at first. Hard hit grounder past Bleasdale's glove at third. It's going to dribble into the outfield. Foster will come up with it in left. Marcinelli will come home to tag up and put the first run on the board for Reinhardt. They take a 1-0 lead after the RBI single from Albert Mora.
Shortstop, Nick Sanders.
Puts the first run of the board on the day. Nick Sanders now the shortstop from Lebanon, Tennessee. Shows bunt. Pitch comes across the inside half of the plate. Called strike. Sanders at the plate. Without a big amount of disagreement on that one. Polly has two men on, runners at first and second. He sends home the 0-1. Pop back foul from Sanders onto the backside netting for strike two. Reinhardt, 19-9 on the season, 8-6 overall in the AAC. Coming in at 23rd ranking in the country. And with two strikes, Sanders shows bunt, drops it down, quick flip to Polly, who picked it up as he came off the mound, shoots it over to third in Bleasdale to get the force out. And heads up play there from the pitcher, Trent Polly, to put the first out on the board here. Keep the runners at first and second. So Sanders will reach on the fielder's choice from Polly. And now Devin Simler, the senior center fielder for Reinhardt, will check in on the left side. Runners at first and second. The lead runner is Mora, standing behind the mound. First pitch from Polly misses away for ball one. One down here in the top of the second inning. Reinhardt leading 1-0. Simler shoots it past Bleasdale at third. Now the throw home. Won't get there in time. Hernandez now to second. He'll get Simler there, but a run will score as Albert Mora comes over from second on what should have been a single from Devin Simler. He tries stretching it to a second. He tries stretching into a double, excuse me. He's thrown out at second. And now with two down in the top of the second, Reinhardt is up 2-0 over Columbia International. And they have yet another run, standing just 90 feet from home. That's Nick Sanders over at third after he reached on the fielder's choice earlier in the inning. TJ Worley now the catcher for Reinhardt, pops it back foul behind us for strike one. Two down in the top of the second. 2-0 is our score. With the runner at third, Polly sends home the 0-1. A slow dribbler to McDuffie at first. As he went to field it, the ball actually popped up off the bag. So Sanders comes home from third to score. And TJ Worley safe over at second. A tough break there for Jalen McDuffie. We'll see a courtesy runner for Worley go over to first, and that's going to be Jacob Profit.
Hitting number 1, second baseman Kevin Jimenez.
And they're going to rule that a hit for Reinhardt as the short dribbler came off the bag, just popped past McDuffie's glove. Quick throw over to first for a check bag on the courtesy runner. Profit back safely. Now 3-0 is our score. Jimenez sends that one foul down the first base line.
for strike 2. Breaking ball across the center of the plate for strike 2. Now to Kevin Jimenez, the senior out of St. Cloud, Florida. Runner at first, that's going to be Jacob Profit. The lone base runner here with 1 down, the top of the 2nd. Pop back foul from Jimenez as he battles here with 2 strikes down in the count, 0-2. Five hits here in the top of the 2nd inning for Reinhardt. Has put 3 runs on the board for the Eagles. Polly checks over at first once again. Profit reaches back safely. Wind truly picking up here at Miller Field. As Jimenez sends back his 3rd consecutive foul ball to stay alive at an 0-2 count. Wind is blowing in right to left. The runner over at first. Polly checks him once again, back safely. Jimenez, a .302 hitter in 2021. Short grounder to Gonzalez at short, flips to Trujillo at second for the force out. And out number 3. We head to the bottom of the 2nd inning after Reinhardt has taken control of this one. 5 hits and 3 runs there in the top frame. We'll see if CIU's offense can respond when we come back down 3-0 in the CIU Sports Network. Back here on the CIU Sports Network, bottom of the 2nd inning, our score Reinhardt leading CIU 3-0. Cody Trujillo, Buddy Bleasdale, and Jalen McDuffie, the 3 Rams, due up here in the bottom of the 2nd, try to cut into that 3-run deficit. And the first pitch from Reinhardt, righty Parker Miller, will sail high and inside towards Trujillo. He's able to get out of the way for ball 1. Trujillo, a hard hit ball, but it's going to be lined out to the first baseman in his position. Really didn't have to move much at all to make that grab for out number 1. Now Buddy Bleasdale, the senior 3rd baseman out of Manning, South Carolina, will step in on the left side
with one down in the bottom of the second. 3-0 is our score. Miller throws one high across the plate for ball one. Sends home the 1-0. Bleasdale went to check his swing. Check with the first base umpire. He's going to say he followed through with it, so strike one will go down in the books. Now a 1-1 count to Buddy Bleasdale. Miller from the mound, winds and fires. Hard swing and a miss from Buddy. Now down in the count 1-2 with one out in the bottom of the second. And that's going to sail high and hit Buddy in the head. It looks to be that he's going to be okay. That was definitely going to be a stinger. Maybe even hit him in the shoulder. Somewhere in that upper body. But he appears to be okay, kind of holding that shoulder, left shoulder, I should say, a little bit limp to his left, but Buddy will jog it out to first. Hope he's okay. This wind is really going to start affecting this game. That throw from Miller would look like just going to be a slider right up high and in on the zone. Instead, that wind really pushed it into Bleasdale's shoulder area.
Now hitting for CIU, number 23, first baseman Jalen McDuffie.
And Jalen McDuffie now, the first baseman out of Irmo, will check in on the right side. The reason I initially thought that Bleasdale's head was hit because the ball actually went off his shoulder and then dinged off his helmet. So we heard the crack there. With Bleasdale at first and one down, the first pitch McDuffie sees will paint the outside edge for strike one. Once again, Miller misses high and away. The catcher, Worley, has to actually come off his knees to bring that one in. For ball one. One ball, one strike, one out in the bottom of the second inning with a runner on at first. That's Buddy Bleasdale. McDuffie at the plate. Miller from the mound sends home the 1-1, pops it back foul for strike two. One ball, two strikes here to Jalen McDuffie, the sophomore out of Irmo, with one down in the bottom of the second. Miller fires. Low and in the dirt for ball two. Two-two the count. McDuffie fouls it back. Here off the back netting. He battles here with two strikes. One down in the bottom of the second inning. McDuffie at the plate. Battling with 2-2. Once again, fouls it back to stay alive. Nothing is our score here on this Saturday afternoon in the bottom of the second inning. McDuffie at the plate, battling here at a 2-2 count. Pitch misses on the inside. Now 3 balls, 2 strikes. Miller sends home the payoff pitch. McDuffie sends it into the gap in right center. That's going to drop near the wall. Bleasdale round second. He's headed to third, and he's going to head home. McDuffie round second. He's getting over to third. McDuffie will slide safely into third. Bleasdale crosses home, and an RBI triple from Jalen McDuffie puts the Rams on the board and cuts Reinhardt's deficit to 3-1 here in the bottom of the second inning. A big-time hit there from Jalen McDuffie straight into the gap in right center field and straight no man's land. And what a play there for the sophomore. Foster hits a blooper into shallow left. McDuffie will come home from third. An RBI single from Sky Foster now has the Rams trailing by just 1 run in the bottom of the third. First pitch to Willis. And misses away for ball 1. 1 runner on, 1 down. That's Sky Foster over at first after the RBI single brought McDuffie home from third. Willis working his way back after missing a week or 2 in the season with an abdominal strain. He grounds out to the second baseman who flips a short. Won't get it in time to first, though. Willis safe on the fielder's choice. Foster forced out at second. And now with 2 down in the bottom of the second inning, our score 3-2. Willis running on the base pass. He'll slide safely into second, his 12th stolen base of the season. He is 12 for 12 in 2021 on the base pass, and he puts a runner in scoring position for Rafi Gonzalez here, the leadoff batter for Columbia International. With 2 outs in the bottom of the second inning. 3-2 is our score. Reinhardt put 3 runs on the board in the top frame of this second inning. The Rams responding in the bottom half. First pitch from Miller will sail outside, and you can now make that 2-0. The runner at second. Gonzalez at the plate, facing the 2-0 count. Pitch hangs in the dirt now. 3 balls, no strikes to Gonzalez with Josh Hernandez, the power hitter for the Rams, standing on deck. 10 homers and nearly 40 RBI on the season. The 3-0 pitch from Miller. Away for ball 4 and a free 90 on 4 pitches for Rafi Gonzalez. Now we'll bring Josh Hernandez to the plate with 2 men on and 2 down in the bottom of the second inning. Hernandez really with an opportunity to get a big-time RBI on this one, nearly 40 on the year, although this will be one of the bigger ones. So he could tie this one up in the bottom of the second inning. First pitch Josh sees is away. The 5th straight ball thrown from Parker Miller.
Worley does a good job of shuffling over, keeping Willis at second. 2 aggressive base runners are on base currently for CIU, with Willis at second, Gonzalez over at first. So for now, one single here would definitely score 1, but maybe even 2. Hernandez flips to the shortstop. He flips it to third in time for out number 3, and Willis on the force out. Good heads-up play there by the shortstop. After 2, we head to the top of the 3rd inning. Our score, Reinhardt leading Columbia International 3-2 when we come back on the CIU Sports Network. Back here on the CIU Sports Network from Columbia, 3-2 is our score here in the top of the 3rd inning, as Jared Burney, the third baseman for Reinhardt, will foul that one back for strike 1. Trent Polly on the mound for CIU. Second pitch misses low and away for ball 1. Polly now sends home the 1-1. Misses on the inside frame. 2 balls, 1 strike now to Burney. A .273 hitter on the season. 18 hits, 9 RBI for the freshman out of Suwanee, Georgia. He'll take strike 2. Now brings us to a full count. Make that 2-2 rather. Pitch misses inside. Now we're at a full count. 3 balls, 2 strikes to Jarrett Burney. Pitch misses low and away, and Jarrett Burney will get a leadoff walk on the board on the full count pitch to get things going here in the top of the 3rd. Dalton Turnbow now the designated hitter. .327 batter on the season, struck out back in the 1st inning. A hard swing and a miss from Turnbow, and he was trying to send that one to the next county over. 3-2 is our score here in the top of the 3rd. Holly looks over to first, checks Burney on the base pass. He'll get back safely. Turnbow at an 0-1 count. Polly, the righty, fires home, just low and away
for ball one. Hernandez throws to second as Bernie went to steal. And Rafi Gonzalez got him on the tag. Bernie's thrown out at second. And now, instead of having a base runner on with no outs, bases are empty with one down in the top of the third. Hard chopper there from Turnbow. Now 2 balls, 2 strikes. Two from Turnbow, popped up. Bleasdale, the third baseman, works his way over, now into foul territory, just near the outside fence to bring it in for the second out of the inning. I think that ball initially was going to drop right near the third base line, but the huge breeze we're having right now here in the Midlands pushed that ball a good 10 to 12 feet to the left. As Bleasdale was positioned, they had to quickly move over to the third base fence to bring it in for the second out. Gianmarco Marcelletti now 1 for 1 in today's ball game with a double back in the second inning. Later score a run. He'll pop that one up a mile into the sky. Gonzalez works his way up from short onto the pitcher's mound as he calls for it and brings in the third out of the inning. A zero goes up on the board for Reinhardt in the top frame of the third as we head to the bottom half, with Reinhardt leading 3-2 over Columbia International when we come back on the CIU Sports Network. First pitch to Rob Bell down the middle for strike one. To lead off the bottom of the third inning, Bell walked back in the first. Hard hit grounder into foul territory for strike two. Reinhardt leading this one 3-2 in the bottom of the third inning. We're playing 7 total here in game 3. Miller tried getting him to chase one away and out of the zone. Bell will hold back for ball 1. Three-two count now to Rob Bell. And he'll draw the full count walk, and a free 90. He puts a runner on to get things going here in the bottom of the third inning for Columbia International. Second walk of the day for Robert Bell. And now Gabe Austin, the designated hitter, in the same position he was back in the first, has a runner on. Only this time, though, is no outs on the board. Reinhardt leading 3-2 over Columbia International. Miller peers over to first, now sends it home. Misses on the inside of the plate. Ball 1. Low and away. Now ball 2. Back here on the CIU Sports Network, top of the fourth inning here in Columbia. Our score, Reinhardt, the 23rd ranked team in the country, leading CIU 3-2. Xavier Arnett, the junior out of Elizabethtown, Kentucky. Fifth batter in the order for the Reinhardt Eagles, due up here first, followed by Albert Nora on deck. Nick Sanders, the shortstop, sitting in the hole. First pitch from Trent Polly, pops straight up into the air. Buddy Bleasdale, the third baseman, makes his way over to the third baseline. Make that Rafi Gonzalez, who charged over behind him, just on the foul line down left field into the outfield grass to make the grab for the first out of the inning. Now Albert Moore, the right fielder, will step on to the left side with one down in the top of the fourth, rather. He sends that one back foul for strike one. Polly sends home the 0-1. Hard chopper to Gonzalez at short. He charges into the infield grass, flips to McDuffie at first, who makes the grab on one knee for the second out of the inning. Rafi Gonzalez making two big plays here in the top of the fourth. Went over into foul territory to make the grab for out number one, and then charged to the infield grass and flipped over to first in time to put the second man away. Now Nick Sanders, the shortstop, reached on a fielder's choice back in the second inning. Let ball one fall outside. Polly sends home the 1-0. Popped up into left field. Sky Foster really keeps his still position to bring it in to close out the top of the fourth. We head to the bottom frame of the fourth inning. Reinhardt leading Columbia International 3-2 on the CIU Sports Network. Bottom of the fourth inning here in Columbia on the CIU Sports Network. Reinhardt leading Columbia International 3-2 as Jalen McDuffie will get things going for CIU. The seventh batter in the order here as we go into the bottom of the fourth inning. Sky Foster stands on deck. Carter Willis in the hole. Your three Rams due up. Slider pitch. This is low for ball one from Parker Miller, who remains on the mound. Started this game for Reinhardt. Giving up 2 earned runs off 3 hits today. All striking out 1. Strike 2 comes down Broadway, evens our count up at 1 apiece. The 1-1 in the dirt. from Miller. Now a 2-1 count. McDuffie sent that one down the third baseline into foul territory. Two balls, two strikes, no outs in the bottom of the fourth inning. McDuffie watches that one fall outside. Now a full count to the sophomore out of Irmo. The payoff pitch. Chopped just foul by McDuffie. Just gets a piece of it to stay alive. The 3-2, high and away. And Jalen McDuffie will take the free 90 over at first to lead things off here in the bottom of the fourth inning. The third batter walked of the day for Parker Miller. And that'll bring Sky Foster, the sophomore left fielder for the Rams, up to the left side of the plate. With no outs in the bottom of the fourth inning. 3-2 is our score. Reinhardt leading by a run. Foster went for the bunt. Couldn't quite make the contact. And it'll fall for strike one. With runner on, no outs. Miller sends home the 0-1. You can now make it 1-1 as that one sailed high. Miller checks the runner over at first. McDuffie gets back safely. Foster can't quite make contact there. He swung on that one that was high. Now an 0-2 count to Foster. Foster a hard chopper foul to stay alive at an 0-2 count. Oh and 2 to Foster. Runner over at first. Sent back up the middle. The shortstop, Sanders, steps on second, flips to first in time for the double play. Just like that, instead of having a runner on with no outs, bases are cleared with 2 down now in the bottom of the fourth inning. Reinhardt leading 3-2, and Carter Willis stepping to the plate. Willis sends it down the first baseline. The first baseman can't quite hold on to it, and Willis will be safe over at first. 2-out single from Willis puts a man on for Rafi Gonzalez.
Shortstop number 6, Rafi Gonzalez.
Willis is running. The throw to second. won't be in time. And you can make that stolen base number 13 on the season for Carter Willis. 13 for 13 now. And what was originally deemed a single for Willis has now been ruled an error on the first baseman from Reinhardt. With Willis now at second and 2 down. Rafi Gonzalez at the plate facing the 1-0. One hopper to the second baseman who flips to first to finish out the 4th inning. Well, the Rams strand a runner. And we'll head to the top of the 5th inning. Our score, Reinhardt leading Columbia International 3-2 when we come back on the CIU Sports Network. Top of the 5th inning here in Columbia. 3-2 is our score. Reinhardt leading Columbia International. Devin Simler, the center fielder, will step up for the Reinhardt Eagles to get things going here in the top of the 5th. First pitch he sees from Trent Polly will be low and away for ball 1. Simler, a senior out of Columbia, Tennessee. Polly sends home the 1-0 straight down Broadway for strike 1. Now 2 balls, 1 strike to Devin Simler, 279 hitter on the season. Pops that one up down the first base line. Jalen McDuffie just right there on the white stripe brings it down for the first out of the 5th. And now at the bottom of the order, TJ Worley, the catcher. 1 for 1 here today with an RBI single back in the 2nd. And right now is the leading run separating these two squads. 3-2 is our score. Reinhardt put 3 runs on the board in the top of the 2nd. Columbia International responded with 2 in the bottom frame. We've been scoreless since. Polly, live fastball over the middle, but high for ball 1. Polly once again missing high. Now 2 balls, no strikes to TJ Worley, a freshman out of Dallas, Georgia, hitting .308 on the season. Pops that one into the air, but it'll be out of play into foul territory. That one goes down the first base line, and it'll drop fair as Rob Bell, the right fielder, moves it over, and as Worley rounded first, he tripped. So he's going to be stopped there as almost he was heading towards second. But a One out single, from TJ Worley. Puts a man on here for Reinhardt. Jacob Profit will come on as the courtesy runner for Worley, the catcher. We're back around to the top half of the order for Kevin Jimenez, the second baseman, 0 for 2 in today's ball game. Polly checks Profit over at first, back safely. Jimenez facing the 1-0. One down in the top of the fifth. Jimenez sends that one back over the home dugout for strike one. One. Grounder past Bleasdale at third. It's going to be a grounder into shallow left now as Foster comes up to glove it. And that'll put two men on as Kevin Jimenez with a one out single. Reinhardt now with two runners on. We're into the second batter of the order, Jared Burney. Strike one from Polly, paints the outside edge. Strike one. Pitch misses outside for ball one. A 1-1 count here to Jared Burney, the third baseman from Reinhardt. One down in the top of the fifth inning, but the Eagles are in prime position here. Runners at first and second. They lead 3-2. Burney pops that one back foul for a strike. Now a 1-2 count. The freshman out of Sewanee, Georgia, North Gwinnett High School. Burney sends that out into right field. Bill makes his way over to the right field line. Profit's going to tag over from second to third. He'll be there safely.
Designated hitter, Dalton Turnbow.
And now Dalton Turnbow, the designated hitter, will check in on the right side of the plate with runners on the corners. And two outs here in the top of the fifth inning. Turnbow 0 for 2 here today with a strikeout. Turnbow, contact high in the air. Bleasdale made his way over into foul territory, but it's going to be out of play. Pitch misses out and away. Now 2-1 count to Turnbow. Runners on the corners in the top of the 5th. Quick check bag over to first. Jimenez back safely. Jimenez will take second. Hernandez won't make the throw. They were trying to go for the double steal there, I believe. Profit will stay at third. Our score remains at 3-2. Turnbow back into the box with a 2-1 count. 2 down in the top of the 5th. Runners at second and third. Reinhardt leading by 1. Polly delivers. Outside and away. Now 3 balls, 1 strike. Just paints the outside edge. Turnbow thought he had a free 90 on the 3-1 pitch, but instead now a full count throw coming up with 2 outs on the top of the 5th inning. Polly, runners at second and third and 2 down. The payoff pitch. Turnbow popped back foul. So he stays alive here with 2 strikes. Turnbow, a hard grounder to Trujillo at second. Flips to first in time for the 3rd out of the inning. Reinhardt strands 2, and we head to the bottom of the 5th inning as the 23rd ranked Eagles lead Columbia International 3-2 here on the CIU Sports Network. Bottom of the 5th inning here in Columbia. Josh Hernandez, the first Rams batter to take to the plate here in the bottom frame. Reinhardt leading the Rams 3-2. It'll be Hernandez, Bell, and Gabe Austin due up in this inning. First pitch curveball for strike 1 as brand new pitcher on the mound for Reinhardt. It's going to be Bryce Hill, the junior righty
with a 12.98 ERA this season across 17 and a third innings pitched, allowing 19 hits, 17 earned runs while walking 12 and striking out 25 batters. 1-1 the count now to Josh Hernandez. The base is empty and no outs in the bottom of the fifth. A hard swing and a miss from Hernandez puts strike 2 on the board. Now our count, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Curveball just missed inside. Full count now, 3 balls, 2 strikes to Josh Hernandez. No outs here in the bottom of the fifth. They're going to say Hernandez checked his swing, and he'll get the free 90 to lead off the bottom of the fifth.
Hitting number 21, right fielder, Rob Bell.
Courtesy runner will come in. That'll be Shane Hammonds over at first.
Shane Hammonds running at first base.
Robert Bell, the right fielder now. The junior out of Palm Coast, Florida, checks in from the right side. 0 for 2 here today with a strikeout. He pops that one high in the air out of foul play. In the dirt on the inside edge. Now a 1-1 count. Curveball paints the outside edge. Now 2 balls, 2 strikes to Rob Bell, the runner on. Shane Hammond standing at first after the leadoff walk drawn by Hernandez. Hale missed inside. Now a full count. Bottom of the fifth, and the payoff pitch, Bell fouled it back. Hammonds at first, and no outs here in the bottom of the fifth inning. Reinhardt leading by just a run. 3-2 is our score. Hammonds on the check bag, back safely. Gabe Austin sitting on deck for Columbia International. Bell in his 2 plate appearances today, drawing 2 walks. He's battling here on a full count. Can't make contact with that one. He'll be set down on strikes. Hammond will take second safely. But Rob Bell, the first out of the inning, will head back to the dugout on a strikeout.
Into the plate, designated hitter, Gabe Austin.
Hammond's now at second with 1 out. He's the tying run. Austin, the leading run, is at the plate. A senior out of Summerville, South Carolina, 0 for 2 today with a strikeout back in the third. Fouls that one back for strike 1.
Ball was up and out of the zone. Now 1 ball, 1 strike. Three to 2 is our score here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Hammond standing on second, 1 down for CIU. Austin at the plate, 1 ball, 1 strike. Gabe Austin, a hard hit ball out into left field. You can kiss it goodbye. It is over the wall and gone for Gabe Austin. A 2-run homer over the left field wall gives Columbia International the 4-2 lead here in the bottom of the 5th inning. 4-3, excuse me.
Now hitting second baseman, Cody Trujillo.
A big-time shot from Austin there. And now Cody Trujillo will step in with the bases empty and 1 out, but more importantly, with the lead. Bryce Hill, the pitcher for Reinhardt, misses high there. Now our score 4-3. Columbia International has taken the lead over the 23rd ranked team in the country. Trujillo elevated that one high in the air. Marcinelli over at first moves over into foul territory just to the right of the bag to make the grab for out number 2.
Now hitting number 25, third baseman, Buddy Bleasdale.
Buddy Bleasdale now the third baseman for the Rams. 0 for 1 here today, but was also hit by a pitch back in the 2nd inning. Hill misses away. Now 2 balls, 1 strike to Buddy Bleasdale. Four to 3 is our score with 2 down in the bottom of the 5th inning. Columbia International leading Reinhardt. And now 2 balls, 2 strikes after the swing and miss from Bleasdale. Evens our count up at 2 apiece. Bleasdale, the senior out of Manning, South Carolina, hitting .203 on the season. The 2-2. He'll sit him down on strikes, and that'll put 5 in the books. We head to the top of the 6th inning after Columbia International takes a 4-3 lead over Reinhardt after a 2-run homer from Gabe Austin over the left field wall. We head to the top of the 6th with CIU leading 4-3 over Reinhardt on the CIU Sports Network.
Top of the 6th inning here in Columbia, with CIU leading Reinhardt 4-3. First pitch, Gianmarco Marcelletti is lined down the third base line, just past the glove of the third baseman, Buddy Bleasdale. And a leadoff single just like that from Marcelletti puts the tying run on the base paths for Reinhardt, as they're now in the bulk of their order. The 4, 5, and 6 hitters were due up in this inning. Now the 5th batter in the order, Xavier Arnett. 1 for 2 here today with a single back in the 2nd inning. Hard hit ball from Arnett into right field. Gets past Bell, and that'll move Marcelletti over to third. And as Arnett dove into second, he's going to be tagged out. A little too aggressive on the base path there. And that'll put 1 out on the board here in the top of the 6th inning, but more importantly, move Marcelletti over to third. The tying run now just 90 feet from home for Reinhardt.
Now hitting number 31, right fielder Albert Mora.
Albert Moore, now the right fielder, 1 for 2 here today with an RBI single back in the 2nd inning. The junior out of San Felice, Venezuela. Just down the third base line, I mentioned Marcelletti, also a Venezuelan native, actually grew up just about 3 hours from each other. And one will bring the other home as an RBI single from Albert Mora scores Marcelletti and ties our game up at 4 here in the top of the 6th inning.
Shortstop Nick Sanders.
Second RBI single of the day from Albert Mora ties it up at 4 and brings Nick Sanders, the shortstop for Reinhardt, up to the plate with just 1 out here in the top of the 6th. Hard hit ball back up the middle, and it'll get past the second baseman, Trujillo. Willis comes up with it now. He throws over to third. The throw to Bleasdale won't get there in time. Mora slides into third safely. Back-to-back singles from Mora and Sanders puts runners on the corners for Devin Simler and Reinhardt with just 1 out.
Center fielder Devin Simler.
Runners at first and third. Mora the lead runner at third. All tied up at 4 here in the top of the 6th. But popped up foul. Hernandez tried charging over towards it. Couldn't make it there in time. And Simler really got away with that one. Popped it up foul, but it'll drop for strike 1. Simler once again showing bunt. Makes the throw to first in time for out number 1. Now the throw home. Won't get there in time. Mora got around the tag. And Reinhardt takes a 5-4 lead on the sacrifice bunt from Devin Simler. Devin Sisk now, Jackson Sisk, excuse me, will step up on the left side as a pinch hitter for Reinhardt here as they've taken a 5-4 lead in the top of the 6th inning. Runner standing at second. That's Nick Sanders, the shortstop. 2 down. First pitch to Sisk. Outside, ball 1. Pitch low and away, gets past Hernandez. Sanders moves over to third on the pass ball. Reinhardt leading 5-4. They can extend that lead to 2 with the runner just 90 feet from home. So they do have 2 outs on the board. And Jackson Sisk is at the plate for the Eagles. Polly paints the outside for strike 1. With 2 down and a runner at third. Polly sends home the 0-1. You can make it 0-2 now. Foul back there from Sisk to stay alive with 2 strikes. Sisk into the gap in right center field. 1 run will score. Sisk rounds first. He'll stop there. And Jackson Sisk puts Reinhardt up 6-4 here in the top of the 6th inning as Nick Sanders will score from third.
Number 1, second baseman, Kevin Jimenez.
Back around at the top of the lineup, Kevin Jimenez now a long ball out into left field. Sky Foster backs up and brings it down for the 3rd out of the inning. After Columbia International took the lead in the bottom of the 5th, Reinhardt responds, putting 3 runs on the board to take a 6-4 lead. And we'll head to the bottom of the 6th to see if CIU can regain that lead they just lost when we come back on the CIU Sports Network.
baseman Jalen McDuffie.
6-4 is our score here in the bottom of the 6th inning. After Reinhardt put 3 runs on the board to regain their lead in the top half, it'll be up to the 7, 8, and 9 hitters in the order for Columbia International to regain the lead. Jalen McDuffie up first. He'll step in on the right side and face a brand new pitcher and righty Blake Rogers. His first pitch will sail outside for ball 1. The 1-1 to McDuffie, swung on and missed for strike 2. And he'll set him down on strikes. Jalen McDuffie out number 1 on the strikeout here in the bottom of the 6th. Austin Paradise now pinch hitting for Sky Foster in the 8-hole. First pitch to Paradise. Misses outside. Now a 1-0 count with 1 down here in the bottom of the 6th. 6-4 is our score. Reinhardt leading Columbia International. Straight down Broadway for strike 1. Strike 2 paints the outside edge. Now a 1-2 count with 1 down. Pop back foul as Paradise is battling here with 2 strikes. The 1-2 sent home outside. Now 2 balls, 2 strikes. Base is empty for Paradise here with 1 down in the bottom of the 6th inning. Pitch in the dirt. Now a full count to Paradise. Just a freshman in this CIU lineup. Really part of what Jonathan Johnson calls that next crop for this young CIU program. The payoff pitch. Dribbled back up the middle over the head of the second baseman. And Paradise with a 1-out single puts a runner on for Columbia International here in the bottom of the 6th.
Now hitting center fielder Carter Willis.
Foster will come on as a pinch runner for Paradise over at first. Carter Willis now up to the plate. Sophomore out of Piedmont, South Carolina, Wren High School. With a runner on over at first. Watches first pitch sail high and away. Low and away. Now 2 balls, no strikes to Carter Willis. 1 runner on with 1 out here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Columbia International trailing by 2 runs here to Reinhardt. Our score is 6-4. Willis popped that one up and out of play into foul territory. Strike 1 goes on the board. 2 balls, 1 strike now to Willis. Swing and a miss there from Willis, but strike 2 on the board now. 2 balls, 2 strikes to the sophomore. One man on and one down. Carter just got a piece of that one to foul tip it. Two balls, 2 strikes, and 1 out to Carter Willis. Gonzalez stands on deck. Foster, the lone base runner, at first. And Blake Rogers, the pitcher on the mound for Reinhardt, going to be called for the balk. So Foster moves into scoring position at second base. And with his speed, if Carter Willis can lay down a single on this 2-2 count, the Rams could cut the deficit of 2 runs down to 1. Rogers the 2-2. Foul back from Willis to stay alive at 2 strikes. Just misses outside from Rogers for ball 3. Full count now to Carter Willis. A runner stands at second. That's Sky Foster. 1 down here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Reinhardt leading by 2. The payoff pitch misses outside. Willis will take the free 90, and that'll put 2 men on for the top of the order in Rafi Gonzalez.
Shortstop, Rafi Gonzalez.
Gonzalez, a 300 hitter on the season. He's 0 for 2 today with a walk, though. Time called from Reinhardt coaching staff, and we could see a pitching change here momentarily. We'll take a break and come back on the CIU Sports Network. Six to 4 is our score here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Runners at first and second. Sky Foster, the lead runner for Columbia International, standing at second base. Leadoff batter Rafi Gonzalez checks in on the right side of the plate. First pitch he's going to see is high and away. Foster tries stealing third. The throw will get there in time. Foster tagged out at third for the second out of the inning. And that'll take a runner out of scoring position without a swing of the bat from Gonzalez. Tough break there for the Rams. They now have a runner over at first and Carter Willis, and 2 down in the inning. A 1-0 count to Gonzalez. Pitch low in the dirt, ball 2. Pitch high and away. Now 3 balls, no strikes to Rafi Gonzalez. Paints the outside edge for strike 1 on the 3-0 pitch. Pitch low in the dirt. Gonzalez will take the free 90. Willis moves over to second. That'll put 2 men on here, and we're going to see a pitching change from Reinhardt. 6-4 is our score here in the bottom of the 6th inning with 2 outs. But Columbia International has runners at first and second when we come back on the CIU Sports Network. Back here in the bottom of the 6th inning, our score, Columbia International trailing Reinhardt 6-4, and a brand new face on the mound for Reinhardt is going to be the senior righty Alex Watkins, and he's going to be a guy who really flashes high on that radar gun. He's going to hit the low 90s. A really live fastball. And the first batter he's going to face is Josh Hernandez. The Rams have 2 runners on, runners at first and second, with Carter Willis being the lead runner at second, followed by Rafi Gonzalez at first. The first pitch Hernandez is going to see. Slider on the outside edge. The catcher can't hold on to it. Both runners will advance to second and third, and now the tying run for Columbia International is in scoring position at second. 2 down here in the bottom of the 6th.
Intentional walk for Josh Hernandez. Right fielder, Rob Bell.
And they're going to intentionally walk Josh Hernandez over to first. He'll get a courtesy runner in Shane Hammonds
to come home.
Hammond's running for Josh Hernandez.
Three straight walks have loaded the bases for Columbia International here with 2 outs. Rob Bell now at the plate. He's got 28 RBI on the year. If he could add 2 more here, it would be huge. He'll take first pitch outside for ball 1. Hammond's at first. Gonzalez at second. Carter Willis, the lead runner, at third. Watkins sent home the 1-0. You can make it a 1-1 count now to Rob Bell. 0 for 1 in today's ball game with 2 walks. One ball, 1 strike. Watkins winds and fires straight down Broadway for strike 2. One and 2 the count here with 2 down in the bottom of the 6th inning. Bases loaded. Watkins comes home. Bell popped that one up over the visitors' dugout. We had 91 on the radar gun here. And Watkins absolutely throwing heat here on this Saturday evening. 1 ball, 2 strikes here to Rob Bell, the junior out of Palm Coast, Florida. Pitch on the way from Watkins. Swing and a miss from Rob Bell will send him down on strikes, and the Rams leave the bases loaded with 2 outs in the bottom of the 6th inning as we close it out on a strikeout from Robert Bell. A 93-mile-per-hour fastball from Alex Watkins strands 3 runners, and Reinhardt takes a 6-4 lead into the top of the 7th inning when we come back on the CIU Sports Network. Top of the 7th and final inning here in Game 3, the AAC series of the week. And Jarrett Burney, the first batter, the first pitch he sees, pops it up into shallow right field for out number 1.
Designated hitter, Dalton Turnbow.
And now Dalton Turnbow, the designated hitter out of Jasper, Alabama. Still looking for his first hit in this one, 0 for 3 in the ballgame with a strikeout. Sophomore hitting .327 on the season. Trent Polly still on the mound for Columbia International. 6-4 is our score, by the way. Reinhardt up big and a moonshot over the right field wall. One small step for man, one giant homer for Dalton Turnbow, his 5th of the season, 2nd in this series. You could kiss that one goodbye, no doubt about it. Reinhardt takes a 7-4 lead here in the top of the 7th inning with a solo homer from Dalton Turnbow.
Coming back first baseman, Gianmarco Marcelletti.
Gianmarco Marcinelli now pops that one up into left center field. Foster moves over to make the grab for out number 2.
Left fielder, Xavier Arnett.
7-4 is our score here in the top of the 7th inning. Xavier Arnett will step in on the right side. Sends that one foul out of play for strike 1. Arnett 1 for 3 here today with a single back in the 2nd inning. Polly sends home the 0-1. Drops foul for, or outside out rather. Now 1-1. Chopper into foul territory down the first base line from Arnett. Makes it strike 2. Now 1 ball, 2 strikes to the left fielder. And he'll set him down on strikes for the 3rd out of the inning. And we head to the bottom of the 7th to see if Columbia International can either tie this one up or walk it off in the final frame. Reinhardt leads 7-4 when we come back on the CIU Sports Network. Bottom of the 7th inning here in Columbia. 7-4 is our score as the 23rd ranked team in the country, Reinhardt, leads Columbia International 7-4. 3-run deficit are what the Rams are facing here as they're down to their last 3 outs to battle back in this one. It'll be Gabe Austin, Cody Trujillo, and Buddy Bleasdale, the 3 last hopes for Columbia International's offense. Austin will be up first. He's 1 for 3 here today with a 2-run homer back in the 5th inning. Alex Watkins back onto the mound for Reinhardt. Throw 1 will miss outside. Now 1-0 on the way. Away to the right now. 2 balls, no strikes to Gabe Austin. Watkins been throwing heat all day from the mound since he came in the 6th. A hard swing and a miss there from Austin on the changeup. Two balls, 1 strike. Watkins winds and deals. The 2-1. High in the zone. They're going to say he held back his swing. Checked it very nicely. So Austin goes ahead in the count now. 3 balls, 1 strike. Trujillo on deck. Austin, the senior out of Summerville, South Carolina. Pitch low and in the dirt, and that'll be a leadoff walk for Gabe Austin to get things going here in the bottom of the 7th. Cody Trujillo now, the second baseman out of Greenville, 1 for 3 here today with a single back in the 3rd inning. Will step in on the left side. The tying run is on deck in Buddy Bleasdale. Straight down Broadway there from Watkins for strike one. Strike one across the plate. Strike two, rather. 7-4 is our score here in the bottom of the seventh. Pitch just misses outside on the 0-2 throw. Now 1 ball, 2 strikes. Runner over at first. That's Gabe Alston. Buddy Bleasdale stands on deck. He is the tying run as our score is 7-4. Trujillo at the plate facing a 1-2 count from Watkins. He winds and deals. Swing and a miss from Trujillo. He'll be sat down on strikes for out number 1 here in the bottom of the seventh.
Now hitting third baseman, Buddy Bleasdale.
And after the leadoff walk from Gabe Alston, Trujillo goes down on strikes, and Buddy Bleasdale will check in from the left side now. Bleasdale 0 for 2 in this ball game. Was also hit by a pitch back in the second inning. Runner over at first, that's Alston. 7-4 is our score. Pitch hangs low and misses for ball 1. Bleasdale lets that one go outside. Now 2 balls, no strikes. A hard swing and miss from Buddy. Puts strike 1 on the board. 2 balls, 1 strike, and 1 out here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Jalen McDuffie stands on deck. He'll be the next ram to the plate if Bleasdale can keep this inning alive with 1 out and 1 runner on. Watkins sends the 2-1 pitch home. Gets it across now for strike 2. Bleasdale popped that one up into foul territory. Marcelletti, the first baseman, running over, trying to make a play on it, but it'll fall out of play. As Buddy Bleasdale's battling here on a 2-2 count. A hard swing and a miss from Bleasdale puts back-to-back strikeouts on the board. And now with 2 down, Jalen McDuffie
23, first baseman, Jalen McDuffie.
will step in on the right side as the Columbia International Rams are down to their last out in this one. Pitch misses high and away for ball 1. 7-4 is our score here in the bottom of the 7th inning. We're only playing 7 innings here in Game 3 of this series, Game 2 of today's doubleheader. Reinhardt leading by 3 runs. They have a runner on, CIU that is, over at first. And the 1-0 makes it inside. Now evens our count up at 1 ball, 1 strike.
Pitch in the dirt in front of Worley. Went to throw to Austin. He'll make his way over to second on the stolen base. Now the Rams have a runner in scoring position with 2 outs in the bottom of the 7th inning, trailing 7-4. McDuffie at the plate, Watkins on the mound. Watkins looks back to second. Now sends a 2-1 home. Fouled it back hard was McDuffie. Evens our count up at 2 apiece. Columbia International down to their last strike. McDuffie chops that one back to the shortstop. Edwards flips the first in time for out number 3. And that'll be the ball game from Columbia. Our final score, Reinhardt 7, Columbia International 4. We'll be back for postgame on the CIU Sports Network as Reinhardt gets the series sweep with this Game 3 victory, 7-4. Here we'll be back on the CIU Sports Network.